Shaklam, was it? Okay. Was it good? Okay.
Yeah, pretty good.
Easy. Okay.
Easy.
With the word easy and laughing, what does it mean?
Painful này
Very.
lắm rồi.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Mhm.
Still managed to do.
Okay. Great. And then I need to talk about this course. Let me see my slide first. Where is it? There are 3 remaining courses for 1, 2, 3. Yes, 3 remaining courses, and then a project. Okay. So far, the 3 remaining courses, including this one, this is project methodology, and then we have also data security governance, and we have also computer vision. And these 3 remaining courses, the schedule is a little bit for this project methodology. I will make a presentation and then we can discuss. I will share the slide file and so on, but in the meantime, let me make some quick introduction and presentation in which we can look at the screen and the share screen together first. This is the course, okay, and actually I can share also the cost plan. I mean, the remaining timetable so that we can have a big picture understanding of what is remaining. Okay, we are about to complete and start, right? This course, let me zoom in a bit. So it's good to have a big plan together. Okay, you still need to work on this computer vision, okay, data-driven computer vision course. And we have this one, project methodologies and emerging trends in DSAI. And also the next one will be data privacy, security, and governance. And then we have another 6 credits of industrial master project, okay, in which is the 6 credits, and we need to work on and develop some project topic proposal and then work it out for the proposal and for the final defense of project completion. And then if everything goes smoothly according to the plan, we expect to finalize everything by mid of November. And then by December, you'll be graduating. That means attending the graduation ceremony at AIT Pathum Thani, Thailand. Okay, so this is kind of the overall planning that we have been discussing together. So far, the plan is still not changed. Okay, let me change this a bit. Okay, so far this is the plan. Any question? Not yet, right? Okay, all right, then let me go back to the course of today. As for this course, okay. Project methodologies and emerging trends in data science and AI. Okay, a little bit about the course objective. Okay, this course, we will talk about how can we conduct research, develop projects, present seminars, and so on in the domain of data science and AI applications. And actually, this is the domain of your professional master degree anyway. And the topic of this course will focuses on methodologies for project development, best practices for technical and research presentation, and then certain case studies and research in the domain. Okay, I will arrange some invited seminars, by invited speaker in the data science and AI application so that you can get some additional idea, not only from the courses we have learned so far, but there will be people who are experts in the area from Thailand or from some other countries that we can invite them to give online seminar. I may not be able to bring them to you in Hanoi or in Ho Chi Minh City, but through online, that will be very easy. Okay, so this course, the main really objective is to prepare you for your industrial projects. That means for your final master project as part of the graduation requirement for your program. Okay, so you can learn some ideas, you can see how projects have been done in real practice in commercial settings or industrial settings. Okay, we learn also not only the project's idea, but the methods, techniques that have been used really, and then the data and some challenges, some benefits, and so on. And then not only learning from other people speaking, you will develop your own ideas, develop your own problems, write some of the first draft of your proposal, okay, and also present some research idea or present some papers that you may be reading because they are very related to your topic of interest. You need to find or define your topics of interest. That will be the very important goal of this course, because from the past experience of PMDS 1 and 2, in which I will share with you later on in details, some of the projects that have been completed, sometimes certain challenges would involve first finding the topics and formulating the objective of the project. After this stage has been completed and well defined, and you present your proposal. Actually, the remaining parts are going following the plan. But before defining this, I think this is the very first obstacle that some students may have. Okay, so we try to overcome this obstacle. Okay, all right, this is the objective. And then in terms of, yes, as I mentioned, learning outcomes, the thing is to make sure that we have learned how to develop, how to manage, how to execute a data science and AI project, okay, using certain proper relevant methodology. And also we will evaluate, we will look into the trends of data science and AI, as I mentioned, through certain seminar, okay? And yes, we will try to understand and learn together various research and project methods in the area. You will have a chance to at least present some of your own ideas and get some initial feedbacks from your idea. And yes, we will learn some project management skills in order to make sure that when we work on the projects, we can plan things within the current time frame properly. Okay, so, and at the end, as I mentioned, prepare and present your project proposal. That should be part of this course as well. And by the end of the course, we expect you to have the very first draft, and then within short period of time, we expect also that you will successfully defend your project proposal to the AIT committee, the program committee. So these will be the course outline that we will learn together. The main they are divided into 6 big topics. First is research and project methods in data science and AI. Second, project planning and proposal development. Third, the project implementation and management. And then fourth, presentation and communication. Fifth, this is also important, even it may look not so important technically, but nowadays, legal, social, ethical, and professional issues are gaining more interest, okay, and becoming important in many countries. And then, yes, the 6th topic is emerging trends, in which it could be, for example, things related to the bias, explainable AI, ethical AI. Things could be applications of AI data science in various interesting sectors. These are just some examples, okay, idea of important sectors that it could involve and give you some idea. So you can at least see, some of you work in, of course, all of you work in your company, your organization. You can have some ideas for the project related to your own work, or you can choose something a bit outside of your work, depend on your interest. It could be healthcare, financial business, retail business, education, AI for sustainability, AI for the society, or it could be like VNPT, AI for the telecommunication or the data in your sectors, okay, or for Heineken for hello, good morning. For Win Group, okay. Okay, learning resources, okay. Kind of reference books or website or magazine, and study loan and evaluation, okay. There will be, you have to work on your proposals, development, and plan, right? So there will be work of your own. There will be ways to evaluate. Final exam will be very small, but the major part, I hope you spend a lot of time on, yes, preparing, reading, and working on what we learn, and then for your own project. Okay, so project and report in this case should be focusing on your interest. So everyone will need to make an individual project report. Basically, your proposal draft, okay? And assignment and presentation will be very much related to your own readings or presentations related to your project. Okay, I think that's the plan for this course, okay, as of now. Before I move on to another slide, let's see, my another slide. Yes. Okay, I will have time for you to do some Q&A, don't worry. A little bit about the master project, I think we already discussed, but let me wrap up and summarize to you again. This is the timetable, okay, the remaining timetable. Starting from today, this timetable may be a bit confusing because some courses are kind of overlapping or have the schedule that mix up with each other, but I hope that it will not be a big problem, because the course of computer vision, okay, data-driven computer vision, to be taught by Dr. Shersak. You have not learned with him yet, have you? No, not yet. Okay, you will meet him next week in Ho Chi Minh City, okay, in person. He's a very kind, nice, and very great faculty, okay, in the field of computer vision and machine learning as well, okay. So the timetable of his course will be like mostly in June, right? And then continuing in July. So you will continuously learning topics in computer vision with him. Our course project methods will be sometimes mixing, okay? But since this is kind of preparing your proposal project idea, then I kind of mix some of the put some of the schedule in between, because I don't think that you will learn two different things anyway, and then you will not have a problem. Basically, it will help you to plan your time, to allocate time, work on your proposal as well. Otherwise, you will be busy with just one course, and then when it comes to do your proposal, you have no time at all. Okay. And after we finish with the computer vision in July 20th, more or less, okay, then we actually will continue with the course of some additional seminar session and so on, okay, and we'll continue another course, data privacy and security governance, okay, from the August, and finishing by beginning of September, basically. Also, you will, if things work perfectly, your industrial project proposal, okay, should be, the proposal defense, the real defense, okay, during this time until September, mid of September, is kind of preparation time. Preparing, making a report, developing, having some idea for your project and so on. And once you successfully make your proposal, it will be that you continuously working on your project. Okay, it's individual, but of course under guidance of a committee, of a supervisor, and then complete them with the report, final report and final defense by mid of November. That means 2 full months somehow. Okay, so it's rather short. So let's try to start from now. Then we have more time. Okay, so that's once again the timetable. A little bit about the project. What do we mean by the project, and what do we expect as part of this project? This master project, okay, serve as a kind of capstone course for the professional master program, enabling you to apply what you have learned. What are the analytical skills, technical skills that you have learned, the knowledge and so on, to address a real world challenge in the domain of data science and AI applications. Okay, you will work on a research base or a project base. Okay, a practice oriented project based work. You will start from defining some problems that you are interested in, identifying a domain of interest, and then make a appropriate plan, make a methodology. Okay, what are supposed to be the idea for algorithm technique that will be used for solving the problem that you define. Okay, what are supposed to be possible solutions based on what you have learned, based on what you will need to read or research more. Okay, and yes, there will be certain, maybe building some models, applying some tools, using some techniques, and developing something new from yourself. Okay, you can incorporate your own problems from your workplace, or the problem of your interest, of your choice. Okay, so that will be kind of the things. And of course, we perhaps again embed or incorporate also certain good governance, policy, and ethics issues into it when possible. And what are supposed to be the deliverable or the output? Okay, let me highlight something. Okay, deliverable include a report. At the beginning, you will make a proposal report. Then you will, make a presentation together with a report. Usually it is 30 minutes. Okay, presentation to a committee. And then this is for the proposal. The same apply for the final defense as well when you complete the work. So you make two presentations. First is the proposal. Second will be the completion, the final defense. And yes, in the final defense, of course, you may show some prototypes or some solution you have been working, some proof of concept and so on. Okay. And yes, you present it, communicate it to the committee. Okay. I will share with you this slide soon, but I will open something first. You can take this. I will. Why don't I just share it? One moment. I'll send it in the chat. Okay, we can browse to this one together. I sent already in the chat in which I hope you can access it. And what I mean is this one. Yes. Okay, what I'm sharing to you are some example topics and project files, and also the committee members and chairpersons of each project, the name also the student. And okay, let's look at the screen together. You can navigate by yourself as well. But what you can see is that, yes, there are two tabs, right? PMDS1 and PMDS2. That means for the batch. PMDS batch 1, PMDS batch 2. I think for some of you who comes from the same organization, you may know some of the senior, right? Okay, suppose this one, time series forecast of call volume in VNPT call center, auto reading CVs for ranking candidates based on CV job match score, and then invalid identity card detection for eKYC system. Okay, there are projects related to data science and machine learning and AI and whatever techniques, right, that you learn or you will research further. Some is relevant to computer vision techniques such as identity card. This is computer vision. You will learn in the next coming course, right? How can we take a photo or image and then recognize certain things? Okay. Some is based on just tabular data, right? CV, this one is also using OCR and some of the techniques in machine vision as well, computer vision. But the time series forecast, this is based on the tabular data mostly. Credit score, this is also tabular data, most of things. Okay, microfinance, capital aid and employment for the poor. This is kind of forecasting credit score for people who want to make loan and something like that. Okay. The next one, this again related to research machine learning technology, extract text from videos. It is computer vision. Okay. Using video data from, I think this is again VNPT data of the, the TV series, right? Yes. This is credit scoring, modeling in retail business as well, the loans, banking. This is the same. Okay, no. And another one, yes, this is VNPT too. The dashboard for operation management of VNPT Hanoi Information Operation Center. Yes, okay. You can learn from his what else? The hotel pricing. Okay, another topic of another friend. Okay, and this is data governance maturity model. Okay, for Wan Lang University. This is in the education sector. Next, we have. Thank you very much, Mr. Hong. Next, we have the yes, item response theory for course recommendation. This is also very much related to education topic. Okay, both of them, Mr. Nam and Mr. Duke. Okay, and then the PMDS2 speaker recognition module VNPT technique. Okay, this is very much in the natural language processing. Okay, and then next one is yes, predicting using machine learning the weight of objects. And then next one is content recommendation. Yes, this is video content for VNPT. And next one we have drone imagery using YOLO. Yes, okay, this one I also co-supervise for solar farm. This student, he is from Thailand. Okay, and next one we have the chatbot. Okay, some of the missing spelling, chatbot support. Yep. And deep learning model for forecasting time series data in Vinaphone network. Handwritten recognition. This is again computer vision related topics. And then also chatbot for dental practice. Okay, using large language model. And e-commerce listing visual. This is Miss E, our TA in several courses. Okay, we use computer vision model for generating some. Also, it was also the generative AI model to generate certain marketing images. Okay, and YOLO. I think this one, okay, yes, this one is already completed, but some of the report, I'm still looking for the final report file. It should be there. It's just that we have not put in the drive properly. Okay, this one using computer vision to check image that what are the I think this one, I think Mr. Kwa will be interested in using computer vision to check the refrigerator in the shops and so on, whether they have properly, I mean the shop owner, properly display and put in the right product. Suppose that this student, right, he works for Pepsi, and then we have the cooler and refrigerator. Sometimes they put some other products of other brands in the Pepsi refrigerator or something like that. So we use machine vision to automatically detect instead of having a person visiting every shop and check this thing. Okay, something like that. So several of the topics are related to computer vision techniques, several topics related to natural language processing. Several topics, of course, use tabular data to do some forecasting and prediction. Some using also business intelligence and dashboard and so on. Some also using recommendation system with the data, tabular data and heterogeneous data, proper data modeling and visualization and recommendation techniques based on machine learning predictions, models, and so on. Okay, a bit of the things apart from just the title is the committee and chairperson. So you could see that for every project, you need to have at least one chairperson who will be your main supervisor and 2 committee members. These are minimum. Some topics that are co-chair, that means there will be 2 chairpersons. Okay. In most of the case for my topics, since I'm so very busy, I usually co-share with another professor. And some of our faculty who are adjunct or not full-time with AIT anymore, we do not allow, by regulations, do not allow them to be the main chairperson. For example, these include Dr. Vachapon, Dr. Shasak. They're not full-time with AIT, but they are very capable. They are very nice. They are very good professors. So we encourage you to work with all of them, all of us anyway. And when it comes for Dr. Vachapon or Dr. Shasak, we need to have two people co-sharing you and co-supervising you. If it is Dr. Shaklam, for example, in the past, we do have Professor Matthew. He is not with us anymore with the PMDS program. We also have Dr. Chantri. Please don't forget Dr. Chantri. He's also very much available to supervise you as a full-time supervisor as well. And one of the things is that we have altogether 9 of you. We would like to encourage kind of load balancing. Sometimes it's not that every faculty, they are very good, very efficient, very great professor, but the issue would be on time allocation to properly supervise every student as well. So I would recommend that each professor will not supervise more than 2 students, because otherwise sometimes, I mean, we do not have enough time to really read your paper, having a meeting with you and so on. Okay. But we can discuss actually, and in the meantime, when we discuss as part of this course of the project methodology, I think I can actually give you some suggestion, advice, and so on as well. I am happy to give you good suggestions, even you don't work with me, no problem with that, but I can guide you that, okay, if you're interested in this topic, maybe it's good to work with this professor, maybe about this project, or if you are developing some idea, you have some doubt, we can discuss as well. Okay, I think that's the thing. I see some chat message. Okay, that's from me. Okay, let me give you perhaps a few minutes, let's say 10 minutes. We are now 9:40. Please, really, before I don't want to really give you all the information and then you don't have enough slow pace, or not really slow, but good, efficient pace to think, to analyze, to explore something. Okay, we are not that very rushed time. Please spend these 10-15 minutes, okay, before 10 o'clock. I think let's aim for 10 o'clock. I give you until 10 o'clock to explore this project report. The goal, again, the goal of this course is for you to have some idea, to prepare a proposal, to really make one of you, your project. So browse to all of them, the topic, the report, the idea, and the structure of the work, okay? Everyone, you got this link. Go to the sheet and go to the link for the report, please.
I want to develop a chatbot about the labor union, but I see someone already did it.
In the similar work, labor union of VNPT, you mean?
Yes.
Which one? Which project? Which PMDS 201? PMDS, yes. Okay, building chatbot to support. Yes, Vietnam Labor Code.
Yes.
Yes. I remember her. I was.
Want to develop a chatbot about labor union.
You can look at her report and maybe develop something extended, or doing some I mean, analyze what she has been doing, what are kind of gaps mean something she has not done completely or efficiently and improve it. It's also fine, not necessary that every time we need to work on totally different things, but we improve already existing things.
I want to focus on the why and the benefits of the employee of BMPT. She is listed with
General labor
yes,
yes.
general code in
Yes.
2019.
Yes, because she Lan An, she's working in the NGO. She is not at VNPT, so she is interested in just general labor law.
Hmm? Hmm. Okay, good.
But please, yes, look around, look more, so that you develop some additional ideas. Oh yeah, this person work on this, that person work on that, and so on.
Ông làm về chatbot công đoàn ấy. Con bé này là nó làm về chatbot của Bộ Luật Lao động. Cô bảo có thể làm tin tức nó mở rộng hơn. Không link chatbot to support user looking up information. Mày vào bằng AIT không cần, mày vào bằng cái gì? Relate to Vietnam Labor Code. Làm cái khác vậy. Maybe I change on my mind. I will develop a chatbot about technical procedure with VMPT internal process.
Yeah, you may need to draft and write some ideas. Don't worry, we can have a list of 10 ideas or things, and then finally we kind of carefully analyze one by one and see which one is the it's not just the topic, it's also about researching, reading for the challenge, for the benefits, for the things as well, right? It's good to have some idea first and a few or several of the ideas. And do not worry, you have not learned at least 2 additional courses in which you will be introduced and develop more knowledge in computer vision. So even some idea you have now, maybe based on certain courses have been learned so far, right? There could be some additional ideas you will get from the computer vision course as well. So this is just for you to prepare, but don't worry that you have to finalize your idea and yes, confirm everything just by today or a few more days or weeks, right? It's fine. You still have a good time. July, August, September, you have 3 months.
Can you accept my request to view
Mm,
to
really? How come that is not really viewable? Sorry.
because he doesn't use AIT mail.
Do you have AIT account?
Yes.
Do you use AIT account
but
to access?
I set it in my PC at home. I
Ah.
cannot log in from.
Okay, so this one is not the AIT account, right? Because if you have AIT account, you can access it.
Don't know why Google don't allow me validate from this laptop or the AIT account.
Oh, okay. I see. I see. Wait. I need to check. Does it come for any? Oh, okay. I will. One moment. Share. This one.
Có thể là nhất bởi vì mình giúp cái tài liệu còn nó khác nhau. Anh ở trên nhỉ? Mình xem mình làm
Okay, anyone with the link? I will update just for now. Okay. Please retry.
Yeah.
Work now?
It's okay now.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sẽ làm sản quân của Grab Ball. Các bot đấy là nó không phải là đó, bot cũng có những dạng gì có dùng using the dashboard to manage express Grab bot để xử lý cảnh báo rồi. Thì vấn đề là của trong của mình có rất nhiều chứ nó không phải những cái nhiều không. Cái này còn Vin Customer Install Service, Mail Wi-Fi Volte này, Phone About Customer Care này, Marketing Product Service này, Rate Successful On-Site Support Service 24 hour này, and nhiều lắm. Nó là cái tổng hợp cơ chứ nó web khổng lồ, có từng lĩnh vực không biết làm cái đấy. Ai cũng vậy, ông cứ làm 97 trả cái đấy thì đưa tạo cô giờ chỉ cái thị trường là 900.
Do you feel now?
Yeah. Just read couple of them.
Okay.
So a question.
Yes.
If let's say the things we want to do is like try to get the model already in place and apply to the data sets we have, or we have to look for a data set and apply the full process. I mean that if the impact from the project is that we build something new, or we just like fine tuning or things like that.
Okay.
Or we just integrate many things together and do some tasks. That's what I'm thinking.
Okay, very good point, and I think this is very much useful questions to be answered for all of us. Because yes, we are doing a professional master, right? And this project is a 6 credit, and we call master industrial master project. So the focus with the word industrial project or industry project, it means that we would like to let you bring what you have learned and incorporate the knowledge, and perhaps also develop something new, but maybe not super big things that can be used to solve real world practical problems of your interest. And that could include things from your at work, yes, or things that you think valuable exploring. Maybe it's not about your workplace, okay? It could be that we apply what we learn from the courses, and could be several things, not only one thing, right? But we learn this and this and that and integrate them into some solution, practical possible solution. But again, since the time is short, this solution development could be a proof of concept, prototype. You cannot develop something that really will be production in the real world, at work for sure, in the more or less 5 months from now, right? But that, if it is a prototype, if it is a proof of concept, it means that when we have more time, you can actually work with a team. You can work with your department at work to develop a complete solution. But at least this small part proves that, yes, with this, it can be used to work. But yes, it will need maybe a few more months with more people. But you already solved the most difficult part. And yes, it works through this, but then integrate this and that, make it nice, make it beautiful, make it user interface, make that complete solution. But you work on the core algorithm, that's also fine, or core solution as well.
Okay, very clear. Thanks.
So even it is an existing technique, but you know, your workplace, even you use existing algorithm techniques you learn, but when it applies to real problem, you really need to fine tune. You really need to optimize. You may really need to clean the data or prepare very many things. So it's not like just, oh, finish. For sure, even you may feel that, oh, we are using just existing technique, but it will require some effort, technical experiment as well.
Yeah.
You need to
Clear.
train, you need to build new model, tune the model, compare, or even you have the problem, you may need to try 4 or 5 algorithms or techniques that which one work the best. You don't know, but you need to read a lot of papers too, that, oh, to solve this problem, some former project and research say use algorithm 1, another project say use algorithm 2, 3, 4, and they seem to be the best. Then you may need to experiment and try all these 3 algorithms and find which one really work the best for your case, for your data, for your specific problem.
Okay.
Your data will be new. Your data will not be the same, and then you will find some new challenges from your things anyway.
Okay, thank you.
We need a real product or have to demo.
Yes. Yes. It usually, I think most of you will apply some technical solution idea, right? Propose some solution, some idea. So you may say that, oh yeah, let's use, for example, let me go to some topic. Let me assume something. One moment. Suppose that it is yes. Suppose I'm talking about eKYC system of PMDS1 project number 3. Okay. Invalid identity card detection for eKYC. You know that every now and then we have the photocopy of the ID card, right? And then we may need to identify ourselves through the online system and so on. And whether someone can easily bring somebody else's card and fake it, right? And say that, oh, I am that person or something like that. How can we know that the card is a genuine, authentic, real one or a fake one or something like that? So yes, with this case, you say that we use this computer vision algorithm 1, 2, 3, 4. We compare 1, 2, 3, 4. We tune, we find the best, and then you may need to develop some prototype, some technical solution based on the experiments you try, based on the new model you build, and then show that, oh, with this, with the data, you need to also sometimes it's challenge could of course be the technical solution. Another is about getting the data. You cannot just get 5 data and then run the model or test the model, right? You may need to think of some problems that you can access and get good enough number of data. It may not be millions of records or things, but it should not be just 5 records anyway, right? Should be good enough. So the problems we are thinking is not only just that, oh, interesting problem, but whether really in order to solve that problem, can we get some data? It can be real data. It can be sample data, but you need to prove that that sample data is really relevant to your proposed problem if you cannot get the real data. But if it is something related to your workplace and your company allows you to get the data, you may need to, of course, write a request letter and say that how will you handle the private data or confidential data as part of your project. Because the company may not allow you to really just have the data, right? You need, yes, and then this is really the entire thing. Is about in real system. We want to develop something, starting from identifying the problem, proposing some plan, some solution, getting some data to test, and finally evaluate that your solution works better than other existing solution in the past. So comparison and evaluation should be there as well.
Good.
But that is just one type of sample project, right? That involve you to build a model, test something, and so on. Some other projects may be different. Different nature may require different process and different data set, different ways of evaluating or making the proof of concept. Some students work on the policy, data governance policy for the company, because it's also important, right? Company cannot just use the data and build the model and so on without proper governance policy. Some of you may be in the unit that governance the data policy, the technology policy. That can also be policy development and framing, and then kind of survey or no interview, or I mean get the requirements, not the interview, get requirements from management, and then define governance policy for your organization. Okay, others, do you have any first of all, after you have been looking at the report, the structure, I also would like to encourage you not looking at the topic, but reading the abstract, also going through the chapters, because you are going to develop the same things. I mean, same thing means the report, same structure. So you may want to see, oh, usually what are the things people write in the report, right? Because we also need to follow the same format and structure as well. So let me do something. Let me get some. Hmm. 190 page. Really? Hmm. And then okay. Is there any specific topic you want to discuss? I will open something. Let me. Okay. Okay, maybe I can look at some specific report and then we kind of dissecting, analyzing what are you going to be part of the report or part of the project that you'll be doing. But that will be just some randomly selected reports, okay? But at least it gives you some idea. So let me once again share the screen. Okay, now I just open a few reports, projects from both PMDS 1 and 2. This very first one, this is called Building a Content Recommendation System for My TV Services of VMPT. Okay, the second one is, this is from Miss E, Enhancing e-commerce listings with custom visual styles. Okay, using visual language models from E. And then the next one, data governance. This is, as I said, kind of maturity model or policy types of work. Maturity model and assessment, data governance framework for Valang University. And the last one in this report list is, okay, the eKYC, invalid identity cards detection, eKYC system, okay. All of them actually are the same in the sense that in terms of the structure, you can see that if I look quickly through the table of content, AAT has report format, okay, that you need to follow at least certain report structure formatting. There's a title, there's a declaration saying that this is your own work, you have not copied from anyone, okay, plagiarism check. The acknowledgement means that who you want to thank as for this completion of the report and master project, thesis, and so on. The abstract, okay, let's look at the abstract. Every project has to summarize your abstract. This usually you write when you complete it. We will talk about how to write a good abstract later on, okay? But it's supposed to be 1 page abstract, summarizing your problem, your proposed solution, and the findings, results, okay? And then after the abstract, yes, list of table, list of figures, list of abbreviation. Then you can have all of your chapter contents, okay? In which, let me, sorry. In which, starting from chapter 1, introduction, this is fixed. Chapter 1, 2, 3 kind of structure are fixed. The later chapter are of your choice. Chapter 1, introduction, okay, I go quickly first. Chapter 2, literature review, in which you review related research, work, project, okay, or knowledge that are related for your project. What have been done in the past, what other projects kind of successfully achieved the performance, the accuracy, this and that model of trying to do similar things. Suppose that if it is this one, which one we are looking for, the content recommendation, okay. So we may look at the recommendation system of maybe Netflix, okay. Instead of my TV series recommendation, right? Netflix also have recommendation system and techniques and maybe many others. What have been done? What are we going to apply similar techniques? Or are we going to improve the techniques that other people have been doing? Okay. And then that is a literature review. Then chapter 3, methodology. You are going to propose what will be the process, the method, and the techniques you will use in your project. Okay. That is to be explained in methodology chapter. So when you are working on the proposal, you will have chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, complete. Okay, for your proposal defense. Then once you pass the proposal, you will develop further. You will follow your plan and then develop your solution, experiment, test, evaluate, report the results, and so on. Then you can continue writing chapter 4 and chapter 5, which is, it could be depending on your, it could be different structure depending on the types of your project. So in this project is about recommendation system. So you may need to develop some model and experiment it and say that the experiment result is the performance of your experiment result, your model. Okay, and what are the discussion? You gain very good accuracy for these types of content. You may have very poor performance for other types of content, fine. Okay, but just report and discuss. And then conclusion and future work at the last chapter. And at the end, you have preferences. Okay. Okay, let's look at one by one. Introduction, chapter 1. You can see that there are background, statement of the problem, research questions, objective of the study, scope and limitation, organization of your report. Okay, let's look at the introduction chapter here. Then you see background of the study, you write, right? What are the current situation? What are the things going on in the context of your problem? Okay, and it could be relevant to your workplace if you are talking about your specific workplace problems or challenge. Okay, here you see that it's talk about in Vietnam, big data, state many. It talks also about the organization VNPT. Okay, that we are the first service provider about this and this and that. And what is MyTV? Because this topic is about MyTV series recommendation, right? So it needs to give the context of to the reader. Okay, reader does not know VNPT, reader may not know MyTV. Okay, so this is what you write in the background. Then, yes, you also need to talk about the problem. Now people understand VNPT, understand MyTV, understand technology related to big data. Then what is wrong? Or what is the problem? Not wrong. The problem you may want to solve. Yes. MyTV has a lot of customer. MyTV has a lot of content. MyTV has this and that. And we want to what, right? Offer what? In this report, it's talk about a lot of churn rate. We want to reduce churn rate. People may not subscribe to MyTV anymore. They churn, they change subscription because maybe they don't get the content they are interested in. So you may want to say that, okay, then develop personalized content recommendation so that customers feel satisfied with the service and content of VNPT MyTV. Okay, something like this. And VNPT has not yet this kind of recommendation service before. Okay, so that's about the background of the problem. Then you can go into the detail of the problem statement. Okay, you can say that in the detail. Yeah, MyTV has these many people, province and customer and so on. And the challenge is that we have over 200 channels. The challenge is this and that. Since here and then people left the service. People are not satisfied with content recommendation or what, right? You elaborate the problem. Then it comes to the next section, research question. Okay, you may want to, yes, say that, yes, okay, with these background and problems you identify, oops, you are interested in identifying or answering this problem, okay? The problem related to the data, the potential problem scenario, and how can you best, what methods are the best technique for my TV. Recommendation technique could be a lot. Maybe there are, you learn or you will research, read more. You find that there are a lot of techniques for recommendation system, but which one really is suitable for my TV? Every organization, every types of data may require different techniques. Okay, so you have your questions to be answered by your project. Okay, then that is 1.3. So let's move next to 1.4. Sorry. Then, okay, I move here. Then 1.4, you need to write down the objective for your project. What are the objectives you want to achieve? So 1.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, please follow the structure. Then it will help you to frame or guide your study. Okay. So objective. You identify that, yes, the main objective is to build content recommendation system. But in particular, objective means that you want to enhance user experience. You want to use this and that technique for enhancing user experience. You want to increase content consumption in my TV series service. You want to reduce churn rate. These are your objectives of this project. But in order to achieve this objective, actually, the real technical objective is that to apply, to explore, to develop that recommendation system, right? But you develop because of what? That is the way we define objective for the industrial project. And you may go further for the scope and limitation section, in which, yes, you can say that the scope of this study, because it is data science, you may use data to build some model. Then you need to define that the scope is that we have limited access to the data. We can use only history, data of customer watching history from this period, because you can request the company only this data, okay? And also the technical infrastructure, right? Maybe you don't have enough machine resource to build the model of too big data as well. But these 6 months should be enough anyway. And the content, okay, you can say that we include only audio and video, no other content. Okay, the scope say that set is used for setting how big your project is in terms of the experiment, in terms of the solution, in terms of the data you will evaluate. Okay. And are there any constraints? If there are, then you list them as constraint or limitation of your system, of your study. Yes, some of the limitation could be that you can access only raw data. You need to do data cleansing, pre-processing, transformation. The recommendation model you will be working on will be based on these, can be tested, can only be the model that can be tested on this infrastructure, because maybe we have limited infrastructure and resources. But at least it has to be good enough for the current state of the art, not something that is too weak, not something that is too old of the technology, right? Okay, still, even with this limitation, your project is worth exploring and completing. And this 1.6, this is easy, just how many chapters of your report. This one, once you do the proposal, it will contain only chapter 1, 2, 3, right? Once you complete the report and the study, you will continue with chapter 4, 5, 6, 7, depending on how many chapters in total you will have later on. Okay, so that's about chapter 1, introduction. Okay, I pause now. Any question?
So I mean that I need to come up with this chapter 1 in proposal phase already, right?
Yes.
So, okay.
Without chapter 1, actually you cannot do chapter 2 and 3.
Okay.
So everyone, really, yes, right? We need to start, and the way to start. Yes. You need to think of, but that is what I said to you. Try to list as many possible, because not everything will be working, or not everything could be working, but you are not working on everything, right? It's kind of having some ideas first, exploring the idea of yourself that you are interested in, that you are you think you would like to work on, and find a few of them. At this stage for chapter 1. Okay, anyone has some initial idea to say a bit? I think from here, Mr. An already mentioned a few things. First, he talked about the chatbot, about labor law, labor code in VNPT, right? Later on, he also mentioned about what? Another idea?
Chatbot about technical procedure and VNPT internal process.
Technical process inside VNPT.
First is about the convert audio recording from the support department and translate to the text and analyze them to identify customer with strong instant complaint.
So it's a complaint.
Yes, from the customer. Speak to text. I collect the audio record from the support department and change it to text and embed it and identify what customer is from intent complaint.
Okay, so in VNPT, customer complaint could come in terms of calling, and then we record the audio of the conversation. Yes. Okay. But usually the call center staff, once they receive a call, they will need to type. Yeah. Yes. So do you think that is already there, the data? Do we really need the audio, or when the call center staff record something in text, it's already the same thing? Do we need to analyze further? Additional detail?
Using AI to translate from the audio to text, speak to text, and using the NLP to embed it and collect the emotional from the customer.
Yes. Okay. So if it is emotional detection,
yes,
it could be, yes, not about the problem itself,
yes,
right? Because the
yes,
problem,
yes.
The call center has to record the problem into the system.
Yes.
But then emotional could be in the sense of service provider, that we are making customer happy, unhappy,
yes,
angry, or something like that. Okay, then in that case, it's okay to use the audio.
Yes.
Not to just capture what does the customer complain or have a problem with. So it is for the quality of service as well.
Yes.
Okay. Then once we have already, everyone, I encourage all of us to think of some ideas. Some of them may be simple ones, some of them may be very challenging, some of them may be very hard. And then finally we can see, right, that which one will be possible within the scope of the time. So only one idea alone may not be the final one, right?
Yes. Idea very challenging.
or others, please feel free to share to the class so that we learn from each other's idea.
Yeah, I thinking couple ones in my head about last 2 weeks. But after the class of Dr. Chaklam, I think that there's a lot of opportunity to do more advanced things. I read the thesis for Miss E already. But in my mind, always I want to do with sound and signal. So I thinking, I did think, okay, people put a drum, a text. I did do a demo with Hugging Face, but right now, and people put a text prompt. People put the image to get the vibe, a caption from the image. People put a demo song they want and do the captioning, embedding up that song by do the Leprosa manufacturing to get the image out, get some feature, and then combine 3 of things to generate a song for them, a demo song actually, so they can make the process of the making a demo audio easier. That's the we call multimodal, right? We combine. So I combine image, text, and audio to create a song. That's kind of thing.
Okay, multimodal. Others, please share some. The idea could be working or not working, doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
At the end, yes, we can.
Just dream
Yes,
first.
yes, just dream first. It's kind of brainstorming process that we just think aloud. Think aloud. Any you want to share some idea as well? Just think aloud. Don't worry that finally you may not choose it.
Yeah. Because what I think, because I choose that one, because normally the data for this kind of task, like it should be critical for generating something. Yes, we have the preview model, pre-trained model already. It's just more input from the people would be, the task would be more easier and not in terms of the data collection. That's what I'm thinking. Medical image combined with text, tabular, also thinking for mine, but I don't have the experience on a medical image to get data from, what is it, to combine the medical analysis or classification and then put the tabular data, and then we combine these two, and then we can make a decision for the doctor or hospital.
In terms of healthcare, even we don't have the data of our own, the domain itself is very active domain for machine vision, computer vision, medical imaging is really a long time study. So there are a lot of open real data for research purpose that we can find and really can use. And there are a lot of projects in which we can benchmark or compare. Suppose that we propose something. Sometimes we don't know whether what we propose, the technique is good or not good, right? If there is nothing to compare with. So sometimes it's very good to do something in the domain that already has some work. Then we can say, oh, our new idea, then compare with the former one. Oh, still we cannot achieve or beat the performance, but it's worth, that is called experiment, right? If we have some good idea, experiment is to test that, hey, our good idea can be better than the former ones or not. It's like you are in the industry. You may have some new idea and you want to test your new idea, pilot testing that it works better or not. This is fine. Doesn't mean that every project you propose, but of course, at least from the beginning, we think that it should work, but finally it may not be better, but it's fine. And then we will see and learn through a project, right? And it is very real life. In the project, we have some idea, we test it. Oh, okay, this one work. We go on. This one, after testing, doesn't work.
Okay, we drop the idea or improve even better and better and better until it becomes uh, beyond the current state. Mr. Kwang,
Yes.
any idea you want to share, Mr. Kwang?
Yes, I already logged to the I will choose the legal domain, but I just read the document from Mr. Vũ Ngọc Lan Anh.
Ms. Lang Anh, yes.
She just yeah, her idea is compare between the chatbot with the vector, and in the vector she already embedded the legal labor document and try to compare it with the ChatGPT. Yeah, from the start of the Discord, I already have the draft of the project for the explain the draft about the title of the legal document already focus on a data centric, meaning that you can box all of the document legal currently available and provide the answer, but with the customer like the client, some situation like they asking not about the legal document itself, but they asking about they violate something. Is it which one will be the article will apply to their case, something like that. It's mostly will be the model centric. So I plan to do that explainable for the model in case of the legal document. Try to explain why the model to answer that question. In some cases, will be more on the cultural, politic, and history data also.
But the legal domain you are focusing on is on the labor laws, right? Or what types of
I already have
laws?
the data, so
Pardon?
I already have the data, so it's
In the labor law or in what types of law?
all of domain.
All of the domain, okay.
Now I just forgot I already have the data, so I now focus only on the model.
Okay. And how do you get the data? You
It's
were
already available in the internet. You just
okay.
collect all of it. It's around 1 million document article for the all of the domain. Around 1 million.
You mean the laws by itself, right? The data itself means the laws,
Yes.
not the cases, just the laws.
I say the different. I still collect. But I think 1 or 2 months is enough data.
Okay.
Guys, because that's also published on the paper. For example,
Yes,
the court already decided that this one is a crime or not crime, and there is a situation.
It is Vietnamese laws, or you're talking about so it is in Vietnamese language.
Yes, that's also model. I need to pick up the model suitable for Vietnamese language.
So all the data will be specific to Vietnamese language.
Yes.
Okay. Are you going to use LLM?
Right now I take a look in the Quen tree.
Okay.
It's already training and fine-tuned on the different language, meaning that it support the Vietnamese language better than another. I need to check it.
Okay. So transformer model. And are you going to apply RAG?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Need to be with. And
it's a vector based
that's better
model, right? Okay, only vector based. Okay. All right. Only one idea, and you finalize with your idea, right? You're not going to kind of explore anything else. You stick with this idea.
yeah, I stick with that idea.
Okay.
It will be the big project.
Okay. Will it be finished within time then?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. All right. So it's good to start writing or drafting something as well if the idea is already very fixed.
Yeah.
Great. Others, would you like to share something to the class as well? Mr. Nam?
Hello, sir. I have the idea some focus for social good. I let user emotion on Facebook or chatbot or chat or forum. I use NLP to classify emotion, predict behavior, and uh, view dashboard for detail anything. Delete if people in negative or attack online or bully online.
So what data are we talking about? You said
I think
Facebook, social
I
media?
know in Facebook, yeah.
Now Facebook, getting the data from Facebook, I think there are limitations. The Facebook API does not allow us to just get it freely, right? I mean,
Yes.
you need to be friends, you need to get permission, this and that. So please check that as well.
Yeah.
I don't
Thank-
think that Facebook you will be able to access enough data for the objective.
Twitter.
Oh.
Okay.
X and Twitter,
Yes.
even with X and Twitter, you need to get approval. If it is for a developer API, and also there are limited message downloading for your searching. If
Oh,
we are
okay.
talking about free version, if we are talking about
Okay.
paid version, it can be very expensive too. But you can get unlimited number according to how much we're willing to pay. Yeah,
Okay, I
but
think more.
but that is fine. That the idea is fine. But once we are kind of getting some idea, right? There is the what we call feasibility check, whether the idea is feasible to do or not based on technical constraints, infrastructure or resource constraint, data constraint, time constraint. There are very many things in which, yes, we will discuss in more detail as part of the course. Don't worry. But just to give you some quick feedback. The idea is very interesting, but there are something to quickly check. And any additional idea or any more detail, please? Anything else, Mr. Nam?
No. I think I think more time.
Okay, thank you. Others, would you like to share more? Others? At the beginning, I saw Lynn. She's gone now. She's not here. Oh yeah. How about Mr. Viet?
Yeah, currently I still don't have anything to share.
But what is your interest so far, or how about things related to work? I mean, we all can give you some idea as well, right? I mean, if you share some interest and so on, sometimes it's possible that we come up with some idea after some talking.
Yeah. Currently I'm working on a project to predict the Y price. The Y is more diversity, so there are many price based on the vintage classification of the Y. So currently I work in the project to collect raw data in the internet, and I have a data set which are over 200,000 record. So I try to run model to predict the Y price. So that's it. But I'm not sure I will put this into final project.
Oh, okay. It's good to have some things to start. Of
Yeah.
course, we can what is it? shape it or move it to the interesting direction as well, or expand the scope a little bit if at the beginning the idea is not yet very
Basic.
yeah, rigid one.
Mm.
And usually once we have some idea, right, we need to keep reading or seeing, searching, right, that about why, price prediction, what else in similar domain and interest people are working on, then it will give you some, you can generate another related ideas too.
Yeah.
So your this is part of just your own interest, or is related to your work, this wine?
This just relate to my work.
Mm. Okay. So is the price that the company will set, or is the price I mean the in terms of value to your company or project, what do you think this can benefit?
My customer is outside, so the customer they want to set the wine into outside, but the problem is they always put the starting point, the start bidding is very high, so there no traction to this auction. So I try to build a model to collect all the data of the wine. The model will suggest the appropriate price as a starting point. So we have traction on this record.
Okay.
Mm.
Thank you. Others, would you mind sharing some quick idea or interest? Mr. Hung, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hello? Can you
Yes,
hear me?
hello. Yes, sure.
Right now I'm going around to see and learn about customer needs. So I'm really wondering about several directions I can go. So recently I organized the training for both military bank and also the within bank. But I just realized that they have their own data science team. So the only thing I can do for them is that I go there and I training, but the machine is not very high. And so there is no room for me in there. So, and then I go around and then I survey a lot of SME entrepreneurs. And all they stuck at is about segment, about recruitment, about selling their products. So I'm thinking about customer segmentation or CV segmentation or anything related to these two. But the problem is that for SME, I gradually realized that this is not the game for them because they not have enough money to play this game, and also they don't have the data set. I go in their companies and I see their data set. The only thing that right now I'm offering Chinese companies. Some people might think that Chinese company they have a lot of AI application, but that's not true. The only thing I can do is that kind of system integrator, like for AI automation based on some platforms. But right now I don't really find any need that I can I can really do a product and after that I can sell. And also like there one more, the third application I'm looking for is training for reseller. So they are try and then when they get in they use notebook LM instead of using any model. So I don't find any, my problem is that I'm going around. I sold my products in training in AI automation, but I don't find any application that I can really sell if like in data science that I can really focus time to do it.
Okay. Are there any of us working on, I can give some idea, but it really depends on the interest and the relevance of each of you. Are there any of us working in the human resource of the company or relate to human resource? Or you, maybe every one of us, of course, are in human resource anyway, right? But if you're working with human resource department, there are data about, of course, your staff, your staff KPI, your staff performance and qualifications, and their career path, and so on. Also, staff, not only customer choice, staff also leave, staff also come, turnover rate of staff. Some company, this is really big issue nowadays, especially also in Thailand. I mean, young generation, sometimes they are not stick to just one company for long time, right? Even companies need to have very good strategy to attract people, talent to stay. Yeah, they have to, I mean, after you recruit some good people, you need to make sure that you keep them. Otherwise, it's a waste, it's a lose of your loss of your company, especially very good people. You train them, they work with you, they are very good, and then they leave. Okay, so this is an area which is also called human resource intelligence. You have heard of, for example, customer intelligence, business intelligence, right? In which, of course, we want to use data, data science, data-oriented techniques in order to do better business, in order to keep the customer, in order to solve customer problem, provide good services to customer. These are customer intelligence, business intelligence. We also have something called human resource intelligence. You don't just look about the customer, look about people you have in your company, how to keep them, how can you really have alert or prediction that somebody is leaving. Are you taking care of them good enough? Are you improving them good enough? Promoting them or developing them enough? So all this data, actually, you don't need to look from outside, it's inside. This data you own. If your company is big enough, you have enough data. And if you record as well, not only data of your current company employee, you have data of those former employees who already left. You know that how long they stay, why do they leave. If you really do what we call exit interview, when people are about to leave, have the HR ask them, why do you leave? Where are you going?
I
mean, if
always
they-
lied into.
Yeah, they can lie, but at least you know how long they work for you.
Oh.
Whether mostly you lose good people or you lose bad people. If you lose bad people, you don't feel worried, right? Okay, you should go. I'm happy that you go. You leave, you resign. But if you always lose good people, at how long? And in which department, in which talent, you may know that, oh, is there anything wrong with the supervisor? Are there anything wrong with the culture within that organization, unit, department? I mean, if most of the people keep leaving, and if you're really serious to analyze them, not just using experience, right? Oh, I just observe, but using really data, then there's no bias. Bias means that I don't like this boss, then perhaps you put on something suspicious or special eye on just this unit, right? But yes, look at the whole. You will see that what are the movement of the people within the organization, and is there any trend, anything wrong, anything to prevent, anything to improve, anything to do better?
Wow.
Especially the big organization, you should do this. Nowadays, I think we are not just looking for having customer, but really attending your own people. This is very important. In many big organizations, keep the best people with you. How do you do to keep them? What are the alerting or signal message that they are about to leave now? There maybe something like the what is it? The leave. I mean, if recently they take leave, you may notice, right? If you really work long enough, you will see that sometimes people take leave, they're going for some interview. There are several things, but really use data.
Yes.
So this can be the thing I give to you, Mr. Hung. You can sell the not SME, but maybe this SME. Sometimes they may not have chance or opportunity to just take care of the employee for the moment. They look for mostly the customer and business and money, income, services. But for big company, Heineken maybe, VNPT maybe, yes, you really need to now serious about your employee too. If it is still room for developing, but if you're doing things that is very good already, fine.
Develop a program to evaluate employee productivity and quality.
Productivity and quality for
Use to calculate the salary based on and performance target.
you know, sometimes we use the word human resource management, in which some of the it depends on the mindset as well. Human resource is really very important. Developing them, making them growing, making them promote, and maybe moving them to the right place within the company is the best thing. Yeah, but also some human resource units, they are using punishment, not rewarding kind of strategy, you know. When we say KPI, usually this is the stressful word for a company, for employee, not to encourage them that much. But we need to have kind of very promotional, encouraging, motivating factor. So even to prevent someone to leave, I think that's also important as well. But anyway, just some idea.
Okay, so you mean like I can take advantage of the data of the current companies to create let's say a system, a model that can provide let's say the actions for setting KPI for employees, for internal employees. That's what you mean?
It could be broad. I mean, it could be many things. Setting KPI is one thing, but as I said, that nowadays it's not about. Forcing people to work better with the company is already every company tries to do, right? You want to keep and you want to make people work hard and work the best for the best of the company. But what about trying to predict and to know that somebody is leaving, especially somebody who are asset and resource to your company? And how to really keep them and promote them better. When we say that we do marketing, we want to motivate people to buy your product. How about you attain people within your company? What are the techniques and strategies? And use the data. That is what I'm telling you. I mean, another side, the side that people try to push, human resource office try to push people to work hard, that's already there. I don't want to emphasize on that. The part that I'm emphasizing, how can we make people staying with your company? And how can you know that people are leaving your company?
Okay.
Using the data that the company has about their employee. And how can you move the people to the right department? When someone is not performing, it doesn't mean that you will fire them, right? It may mean that they are not in the right place.
Okay, I actually thank you for your recommendation and really appreciate that. So I still have a lot of questions because I'm thinking of also the competition. If later on there's an AI agent can do that, what will happen? Kind of that. So if I will later on maybe have a discussion with the teaching assistant maybe, or somehow I will figure it out. But if there is competition and when I invest money and resources to do that and try to because when I'm there's a lot of thinking in my mind. It's just that. So I'm not really confident to pick anyone, to pick any project. What I mean. But I'm actually like by listening to you guys project and also by reading, I'm reading some of the project, the file, the PMDS project and reports you sending to us is very helpful, is very useful because I can have the goal, the image in my mind that what should I do to pass the course. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Lynn, nice to see you online. I'm not sure whether you catch up what we have been discussing. Lynn, how are you?
Yeah, I'm fine, thanks. Because I need to move house today, so that's why. Yeah,
Oh, you are
Yeah.
moving. Wow. Okay.
Yeah,
So where are you now? In the new
Yeah,
house or in the old house or in the car?
in the new house, so already finished everything. Yeah.
Mm,
Yeah,
Okay,
it's just only 1 kilometer far away, so that's why.
okay. But now things are settled. At least
Yeah,
you are
everything
not.
is fine now. Yeah, I can join now. Actually, about my side, so it will be the operation dashboard, generate also the generate AI to one chatbot to answer about the operation information, and follow on that is the also the permission, the security, and also the governance. So this is the last part that we will launch. So I will be collect inside one project. The data inside will be the fact one, but I will need the permission to get the schema similar in case that we have the securities provider will be has some information inside for the format. I will have the column, so that's why the paper will need to be submit out. But the general information is just one system will be not only go directly to the query inside the report, but also can see from the report answer for some general information like what is the revenue for last month, suggestion for the surprising or the other thing. So this is the idea for my project.
Mhm. And it's about which types of services or products. I remember you work
Yeah.
related to the
Yeah, of course, ride hailing. Of course,
yeah, riding. So it's still the same.
Yeah, it's still the same. The ride hailing one. The background will be the BigQuery. The front one will be the Power BI. The LLM will be DeFi, and also the generic it will just only something like that. Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, I tried similar project in the company and already success. So that's why it's just only the mockup and also add the governance, the security, and also the permission. The permission is the most important one because the agent can be answer multi information. So we had a separate mark for example, we had a data mark only for marketing, one data mark only for sales, data mark only for finance, and we do also agent to agent. So currently that we are finding a way that how to limit the information directly for specific information. Like for example that they come from operation Ho Chi Minh, they cannot answer the sale information for operation Hanoi. Something like that is very important right now, and we still in the progress to do all of that.
Okay, good. Who else haven't shared? Would you like to share something?
Yeah,
Do you hear our friend? I'm not sure about the microphone from this room.
yeah, I'm
Still fine.
I'm wondering about a simple chatbot for our operator to refer to our technical document. Yes, so we can quickly ask the chatbot to get the answers about technical procedure.
Yeah.
This is again VNPT.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the chatbot can support us some varying commands to a device for the health check, device health check, like CPU of device or power port for operation.
And are they going to be similar? One of the idea of Mr. An that is sharing about procedural chatbot.
Yes.
Okay, but
For
different
example,
types of units work procedure the same. Okay. But
I know what he want to do, but it's very difficult because for the procedure you have to split the procedure. How many steps? For example, if you want to provision a layer 2 switch. Oh, sorry, using the you want to provision a layer 2 switch, and what step you have to use, and you have to split it from the document. How many steps? Very difficult. I tried before. A challenge. If you want to do a job and you have to do 5 steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
yes.
And from the beginning to the end, when you completely done with the last step, you finish the job.
Yes.
Yes, but when you split the text from the document, from the procedure, you don't know what is the last step. It's very difficult when embedding the text from the document.
Okay.
Because you use Vietnamese language, and we, for example, I using, maybe you don't know how long embedding text using for Vietnamese. It's very difficult when you want to embed a Vietnamese document. With English is okay. But
Okay.
Vietnamese,
Okay, so Vietnamese language has its own challenge in terms of this model. But Mr. What? Before the labor law, Mr. Quang, right? Will you face similar challenges in terms of Vietnamese language chatbot for your labor law or laws related chatbot?
Yes, actually, the way its answer is quite not the human way. That's one of the first encounter. I mean, for example, like the question is the way we doing it abstract work. So the question asking about which law, like the labor law or something, and it's just pick up the article, law article related that to that works. So it's quite not flexible. It's not response, and also not what you say? I forgot the word. But
so you mean that the
now I
current
need to put it to the vector and then using the small language model like Queen3, try to make it more of the response. Right?
But
So there are kind of some possible solution to solve a bit, right? So you may need to explore and experiment whether this idea can improve the response and answer of the chatbot. So the current model may have some limitations.
Yes.
And then, but if you really need to train a new model,
Yes.
then the resource for training will be
You know how data sets maybe with the Halong embed they train ultimately by 100,000 example of question and relate document. And one focus on rap and the production using Vietnamese language. I use this on.
Okay.
Press forward only. No, don't need to pre-train again. It's meaningless.
Yeah. So
But
we
the
can still use pre-train one, but then we need to improve.
Yes, but put it to a Quincy. My idea put into the all of the document legal will put in the rack already, and then
Yeah.
try to go through the first short question and check in the answer, and then recheck again. And yeah.
so
Also, maybe
let
I
me put
apply some
my
evaluation and check in the learning rate or something, and try to modify the learning rate, and yeah, do some method like checking the batch size, because with the number of the document legal is very big, and also the cost report also very big.
from my point of view, about the after the class NLP, the Vietnamese embedding is kind of things we discussed right now. There's no like golden one. Right now we try. I think we should try a couple ones, Hugging Face or any institute that issue the embedding. The second thing, you can apply RAG, this and that, and retrain model with the high advanced hardware to do the chatbot. But the thing is, how you evaluate your result model is the key contribution. The impact from your model chatbot is the thing. So if possible, you can hire a lawyer to evaluate for you for like 10 hours of works with their specific domain. With their feedback and review should be okay to fine tune your model. Is your impact, your contribution should be more valuable.
Is it okay?
Yeah, I think the lawyer should validate your
I
model.
asked in professor, is it okay? In the evaluation, I think for example, in the coursework, we need to have some model to evaluation. But
Yeah,
if I hire a lawyer
instruction
to
tuning, I think. Yeah.
evaluate my work, then is it okay? I also.
Yeah,
That's a
it's
human expertise.
rough idea. It looks, yes, it sounds a good plan. In the very detail, as every project needs to follow kind of I mean, rough idea, the beginning, that everything we discussed sounds promising. In detail, we need to work into the review and this and that, and propose and come up with a good methodology and plan, and then we can finally see that, oh, putting them all together and also comparing with the current state of the art, current challenges, current limitation, then these are the very viable plan. Okay, but quick answer, yes, it sounds very promising.
Yeah, I will hire some lawyer. No, it means that my company already have legal team, so they can do it.
Yeah, but before you approach anyone, then let's look at the whole plan first. Anyone else? I have not. Mr. Huang Chan, are you there? Hello.
Hello. Hello, teacher.
Yes, would you like to share some quick idea that you are interested in?
Yeah, I am interested in banking. Yeah. Domain.
Okay.
Yeah, domain banking.
Banking?
Yeah.
Okay, some detail, please.
I am studying in Reddit card or Loan. Yeah. My idea. I don't have detail. I don't have detail for it. I am research. Yeah.
Okay. Are you working in a bank, or why are you interested in banking domain?
Yeah. I am working for like commercial bank in Vietnam. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you, what department or data that you are interested in?
Yeah.
Your-
I am today. I am ready to new Taiman Taiman report. Yeah. In Thai of Bank Vietnam. Yeah.
Okay, and what kind of data we can think of or consider?
Yeah. I am collect data from Taiman report in for three commercial thức thì commercial Bank Việt Nam.
But what kind of data? Borrowing, loan data, or credit
Yeah,
card, or
Yeah. Loan. Yeah. Credit. Yeah. Credit card. Transaction number of card. Yeah.
Okay. So would you like to think a bit further? Like you would like to predict or to do something from this data?
I am a predict. Yeah.
Predict
I
what?
want to predict. Yeah.
What do you think you would like to see?
Predict and business interaction. That part. My idea. Yeah. I would like to read it long in the future. Yeah.
You said business intelligence chatbot.
Yeah.
Who
Business
are you?
interaction to read it long. Yeah.
Predict loan. Okay. Okay. Maybe later on I will give an assignment. This is just to quick chat and check some interest, right? But as I mentioned, we need to, of course, come up with a few ideas and also readings, relevant, related work, so that we are we know the area, the domain pretty well, and we are very confident that what we are going to do has some kind of benefit or contribution and so on, and what problems it can solve or address. Okay, so you will need to work on some of these initial ideas and present. Okay, all of you, I just need to mention this first so that you kind of try to think, try to develop further, and then put some proper systematic method or technique into the development of this project idea. It should not be like random and ad hoc way. We need to have some systematic way of working on this. Okay, so time to time I will put you these kind of assignment things that you follow step by step. Otherwise it's kind of very random and very unsystematic way. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, teacher.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Do I miss anyone here? We have everyone, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, already everyone sharing?
Yes.
Anyone missing the class as well that I have to follow up?
No.
One, two. We have everyone, right?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, good. Okay, so let me continue the screen sharing. We only analyze the report up to chapter 1, right? Okay, let's continue analyzing the next chapter so that you have a complete view of what you are going to make by the end of your project completion. Okay, share screen again. Okay, I'm still with the same report. That is recommendation system. Okay. So for each of your initial idea, again, I still consider everything initial idea, even you feel very firm to some of the topic and idea, okay? But since we have not completed all the steps, everything is not yet really confirmed until we arrive to the conclusion that there are interesting values to work on, okay? All right, let me continue. This is chapter 1 we already mentioned. And then before, okay, you have some initial idea. I would like to, some of you have more than one initial idea in which is very good. One thing is that from the idea tells us what is the problem, what are kind of solution you have in mind, and what are kind of contributions. Okay, these are 3 things we actually have some broad idea with. Okay, you need to know the problem, idea for some solution, and contribution. What does it mean? So problem tell us why we are doing this, right? What is the problem? Solution tell us how we are going to solve it. And the contribution actually tell us also the why. That after solving it, what is the benefit of solving it? So you need to have at least, actually there should be what. What is it? Okay, why are we doing it? And how are we doing it? So these 3 things you need to have in mind, clear, not at least some idea. What, why, and how, okay? Remember this. And at least write some short statement supposed to be a title because it tells us what are the focus. So for every idea you have now, try to put these several keywords together, things together, and formulate a good title. Again, it may not be the final one. It will keep improving, don't worry. But at least from the very beginning, you need to put everything into one short statement, sentence as your title, okay? That you can share to everyone, okay? And yes, so something like this, building a content recommendation system from here. Actually, when I read this title, even I'm not the supervisor or you are not working on this, you can guess, right? What does it mean? What does it do? What does it try to solve? What are kind of solution? So you can guess that solution is to build content recommendation system. This is a solution. And the what? The scope or context is about my TV services of VNPT. You can guess that something should be an issue there. And this is the solution. So the what and why and how somehow encapsulated already in this title. Okay. So please, everyone, every of the idea, put some of the idea together into a title, okay? Then you can expand it. Then you can expand it into, into chapter 1 a bit. Just some quick detail. Quick summary, not detail. Quick summary of all this in chapter 1, for chapter 1. Okay, and then let's a bit explore chapter 2 of the report. For this example, this one say literature review. I will have my lecture explaining about how to do good literature review, but now let me quickly give you some idea. What does literature review do? Okay, literature review answer a few things. It answer that what have been done, basically, what have been done in the current research, knowledge space, what have been done that other people, other company, other researchers try to solve similar problem. Okay, so in this example, the problem is about recommending TV content series to a customer, right? So the literature review is what are current techniques that have been developed for this problem. So in terms of recommendation system, there are things called content-based techniques. There are things called collaborative filtering recommendation system technique. There are collaborative filtering with what MF let me see. There are details like very specific algorithm. Okay, user-based collaborative filtering techniques, content and collaborative filtering techniques, and let me go back.
With MF,
What is the MF?
mathematical foundation.
Okay, mathematical foundation. Okay. And then what else? Yes, mathematical foundation of MF methods. Really? Okay, so these are the literature review. And actually, not only the foundation techniques, that algorithm, how does it work, and so on, but should be actually what is missing here in this example report is research projects that have tried to use maybe the collaborative filtering, the MF methods, and this and that in the entertainment domain, such as in Netflix. What are the techniques Netflix use? What are the techniques Amazon Prime service use, and so on? So you need to really look, right? When you are developing some solution, you look how people solve the same problem. That is what literature review go for. And we need to really have enough. At least we can actually learn from who already work in the area. Learn from other people's idea and improve. Then the goal is then we can borrow some good idea. We can avoid some bad idea, right? We have seen that, oh, this technique doesn't work. Then we avoid that. We learn from it. We have seen that that technique works very well with Netflix. Oh yeah, maybe we borrow the same idea. We have seen that this and that and many papers, then you combine several ideas together to build your own one. So that is how literature review is very important. Okay, you don't need to do experiment. You just learn from other people's reports and findings. Then finally, after you learn and read a lot, you will finally choose and propose yours. That is why we need to do very good literature review so that you can come up with your own good solution that you want to propose. If you have not made good literature review, you cannot move further to chapter 3. The committee, when you present and propose your idea, they will ask you a lot of questions about relevant research projects in similar area and domain. And they will be very confident on your methodology if you have read a lot and analyze that, oh, this technique is wrong. No, we don't use that technique, is also wrong. And this technique is very good. And we combine and integrate with another technique and another technique and another technique. And then let me move to the methodology. Okay, let's see. In the methodology, yes, you will propose that What will be your solution idea? Your idea for solving the problem you discuss in chapter 1, right? Chapter 1, you discuss the problem, you discuss your objective, you discuss the contribution you want to have. Then chapter 2, you discuss other work, okay? The good things, the bad things, the do and don't, the learning, the things and so on. Then chapter 3, we go into the detail of what we want to do. You can draw some diagram. The diagram should explain that we follow step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, something like that. Okay, it's a diagram that explain your project, plan and activities. Okay, here they may follow this diagram of for this recommendation system, data collection, analysis, algorithm, selection. They can select 5 of them and then they do comparison. They will move on doing feature engineering to select the best features and variables. They do some training and testing, model building, right? And evaluate the model that they have built and then implement them. And yes, report the result. Okay. So this is the whole plan for this example. And yes, once you have a diagram, you may want to go into elaborating, right? That, okay, in order to do the data collection, what is your data? The real data involve your problem. So this has to be elaborated that in terms of doing data collection phase, what data you will be collecting, how big it is, what is the plan of really cleaning it, pre-processing it, transforming it. Okay. Okay, this is a sample. And remember in the project, it said that you have actually audio and video. Okay, here it talks about the proportion of movie and video and the data structure. What are the variables you collect in your data from your company? For example, it involves time, request, response, username, here and there, device they use for viewing, how long they view it, watch it, what are the content they watch, what is the type, okay, and operating system, product, and service. Okay, a lot. So they elaborate on the data they collect. No, they plan to collect as part. Even that's about the user, about the history, how many, what are the records, right? And so on, okay? So that is the part of the methodology, okay? Here, some sample data, and so on. Okay, I go quick. And some analysis, because then they have to elaborate all of the section, the methodology phase activities for doing this. Also, you need to talk about the algorithm you plan to work on, right? In this chapter, algorithm you already select to use for recommendation system and so on. And then how are you implementing it? And then you need to explain, okay, your implementation and then the result you obtain. Okay, I think this, I go too fast. JSON format. That is the chapter 4 already. Chapter 3, where is it? That's already the result. Okay, feature engineering. Okay, and so on. All right. Then let me move a bit back, to some other,
But,
yes,
with this one, she do not have to present the demo because the result don't have anything about.
yeah, I
the
think
demo
some of the
product.
reports,
Yes.
oh, yes, one important thing that I can say is that every project will be evaluated by the supervisor, right? The chair and the committee. So altogether, minimum will be 3 people, right? As I already mentioned in the,
Yes.
here. But then every project will be graded with the grade, like ABC.
Yes.
So there will be excellent, which is A. There'll be very good, which is kind of B plus, and good, which is B, and then fair, which is kind of C. So some projects may be very excellent quality and also excellent report. Some project may be just good or very good or something like that. So I'm not going to tell which report and project gets which grade, okay? But some report maybe they do not present in the very good detail, and some results of the projects may be not very highly achieving very accurate results anyway. So there are good examples of the projects. There are also some examples that okay quality or something like that. Anyway, every one of you, we encourage you to produce, of course, very good and excellent quality one. And then let me, maybe quickly moving to some other project as an example. Like this one is from Miss E. She's working on enhancing e-commerce listing with custom visual styles using generative AI and visual language models in order to generate marketing visuals.
Yes.
For
Website.
e-commerce.
Yes.
So her report, of course, this is not very easy to read because of this link and red things, but the background, the problem, the objective, this is similar, right? For chapter 1. Then for chapter 2, literature review, she discusses the generative models, okay? The GAN, you will learn this GAN generative adversarial network as well in the computer vision course. Diffusion probabilistic model, okay, in order to generate images and so on. Text to image synthesis, subject driven text to image generation. How can we generate image from text and so on? AI applications in marketing. So this is a relevant research that AI and generative AI in terms of generating visuals could be used in marketing for making better marketing strategies and marketing intelligence kind of domain. Then she has her methodology, okay, in which involve, okay, let's look. I forgot her report already. Does she include? She includes some example, some detail explaining that we will use this technique of GAN, Dream Boost, and so on, visual language approach, and data collection. What are the example and so on? Diffusion model, okay. And for many topics project, the diagram may be not only the step of data collection, this and that, but you may have the architecture, right? Because if it involves technology, propose new solution, new technology, you may want to propose the architecture framework diagram, such as, okay, we have the input here, we have to pass it through this module and component, then we produce this output, we put it there. So this kind of diagram is also very important and necessary, okay? Similar to here. And yes, how can we evaluate and so on, whether we use what kind of measure and metrics to evaluate. And the result of evaluation of the demonstration system, and so on. Okay, let me move to something else as well. EKYC. This report, sorry, is not the final report. I should try to get the final one. This is the report that our staff also check the formatting. There are some wrong formats, so this is the final one. But it's okay so that you can see that if you don't make proper report, you get some feedback to improve. Okay. So KYC and whoops. What is wrong, right? Identify. And if you really need to put data in your report, yes, we need to be very careful about privacy and private personal data, right? Something like blurring, something like yes, data that you can only publish them. And some of this is the literature review. You have to really read a lot and then, yes, present them. What are the problems? What are the techniques that are used in many other work? And what will be finally used in your work? Yes, in the chapter of intra methodology, you need to analyze a problem. So there is no fixed structure that you need to follow the same. I use several samples so that you can see that it depends on the nature of the topic, the structure of the chapter. Only chapter 1 is very fixed. Chapter 2, 3, 4, the section and subsection, it really depends on the content of your topic. And here, 3.2, the approach you want to propose, like task 1, we detect this using, you see that there should be diagram that how things work, right? There should be some explanation of your technique. We put old type, new type, chip type, password, and then we do this, and then there are this and this process and flow, something like that. And the step like detecting the color, detecting document, detecting this and that, these are also process to involve. The data set you will use, it involve what? Okay. And again, please blur or respect the privacy. Some of these, I already comment and he said that is already the published data that maybe he got some consent. Also, yes, some diagram to illustrate how it works, how to compare, how to move on, some illustration. The purpose is that you need to make sure people read your report and then they can learn and understand the things, right? So that you need to put certain enough detail. Okay, and then the experiment, the solution, the proposed, the development, and then the experiment you have done, the data set you try, how big, how small of them, how many of the real data, fake data in total, whether you have balance, imbalance, whether you use technique to solve the bias, unbalanced data or not, something like that. Okay, the graph, solution, and finally you report on your, F1 score. Sorry. My daughter called, I call her back later on. Okay, I think that's all for chapter 1, 2, and 3. 4 and 5 will be resulting, evaluation, discussion, conclusion, future work, and so on. These are kind of normal structure. Okay. So any questions so far?
No question. Very clear. Thinking.
Okay. So let's have some, I mean, others, how about, apart from Mr. Kwa, who said no question, others, do you have anything? Okay, if not yet, maybe you can in a while enjoy your lunch and then we come back and we continue I will, as I said, I need to really guide you through certain systematic process as well. This is just to overview what will happen, what are the input, output expected from you to produce, okay? In the meantime, if you have some, relax and break a bit, and then we come back and continue thinking about your topic, your project, and learn about these steps together. What time we should come back?
Ask Mr. Hoàng Anh. Mr. Hoàng Anh.
I will follow our friends here for the lunch break, but
Yeah. Just follow Mr. Anh.
Xem với nó chắc làm muốn
I
việc
need
cách
to
này
dive in somewhere to eat and it depend on me.
Is Miss Wong with us? She
Okay,
is joining
of
us or not?
course,
I'm not sure.
yes.
But of course, if she's around and she's available.
Yes. She's always right here.
So just enjoy lunch. Maybe we come back at the 1:15. Or it's okay.
Yeah.
Or around that one.
Okay.
Or 1:30. It's okay.
Yes, okay.
Okay.
Let me take care of the professor.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Enjoy your lunch.
Okay, and others, so we say 1:30, right? Half past
Yeah.
one.
1:30 is
Okay,
okay.
everyone, see you at half past one and enjoy your lunch.
Có nhưng mà cô giáo
Okay. Then before I go into the next topic, in which just the slide number 1, but I would like to remind about AIT resources that it has been introduced from beginning of your program. I hope you can still access to our library resources. Have you recently or time to time access our library resources or not?
Yeah, I go
Not
there.
yet. Pardon?
Mostly for the thesis. All the thesis. All the
Okay.
programs over there. But for
So
a paper, no, not yet.
You have looked into the thesis in the library?
Yeah. Many thesis,
Okay.
even the master students thesis, I
Yeah.
think. Yeah.
Okay. So good. How about the others? Have you? Yes?
Yes.
I see the nod. It means you know or you have been accessing. Maybe you know, but you have not been accessing. Some of you maybe. So to be sure, let me see. Because you are a bit far, right? So visiting the library in person may not be easy. So maybe we need to be sure. So can we do some quick library access just to remind you the process? I mean, for some of you who have not frequently used yet. Okay, I will share the screen so we can look at things together and then you try on your own too. Okay, so first, the library is this URL. It's simple, just library.ait.ac.th. Okay, I put here first. Okay, and this is the first page. What should I introduce first? The very important thing is maybe since later on I will assign you, okay, and then you will also work on your proposal. You have seen some sample reports, so the very best link to follow is Let me see, I forgot already too. Online database, not okay. Maybe I can introduce a little bit. From search, okay. We passed that first. Then the second menu, services. No, we don't need that as of now. Okay, the next menu, ebooks and e-resources. Okay, you can access to electronic database that you can read papers and download and so on. Okay, and we will talk about that in detail in the literature review part, because when you want to read many things, some of them or many of them as of now are not free. Okay, that means you have to pay. But if you access through AIT library, we subscribe and pay many of these. Okay, so you may not need to pay if you access through our library. But then, okay, yes, this is the online database that we have full text access. And for our discipline, AI, data science, computer science, and ICT, you can get benefit from this menu easily. For example, go to this online database, full text database. The one that you can go is ACM Digital Library and IEEE and Science Direct. They have a lot of useful resources. Okay. And if we talk about AIT publication, publishing journal, okay. Let me see, where is AIT thesis format? They changed okay. From the main menu, okay, we will come back to the online database later on, but from this main page, I think you can see here, this thesis format guideline, okay? So this, we can click, and then you can access to the link, which allows you to download go to the new format in Microsoft Word, PDF, explanation, and so on, okay? And some of the introduction and so on. And important information, okay, go to the format. You will follow this new file, in which it may look different from what you read from your from the PMDS 1 and 2, but don't worry, as long as you follow the new one, that's fine. Okay. Oh, what happened? Sorry. Okay, and then yes, okay, I share the screen one more time. Okay, download that file that you can access, and then you will get this one as a kind of template plus some sample detail or something. You just follow this, okay? Like the title has to be all in capital, then your name, then this and that, and so on, okay? Then you change from this thesis to a master project report, something like that, and then so on and so on. Your graduation month, you change it, your declaration, and then, yes, the title, introduction, table of content. It will explain anyway that how do you format the paragraph formatting. Okay, don't, it's not my, okay. Just follow the style, use this template as a starting point. I think it should be fine and easy. Then the literature review chapter 2, some sample formatting. How to write the figure, insert the figure caption, and so on. indentation things. My suggestion, stop at heading level 3. Here, this is already no need to have level 4 and 5. I think it's too much. And then it will complicate your table of content. You need to structure your report in a way that I think the best is to stop at level 3. Otherwise, it's too much. Then break your structure a bit. Methodology, you see that it's empty. Results and discussion, conclusion, recommendation. In my suggestion, you follow everything up to chapter 3. The rest, you can actually have chapter 4, 5, 6, 7. Doesn't matter. Okay. As long as it can best present your finding, result, and work. Okay. That's for now. Reference. You need to learn the way to do proper referencing. Okay. I will have some explanation later on. But AIT format follow the referencing style, which is called APA. APA, American something, okay. Let's see, I forgot already. APA, what does it stand for? APA style, citation. Yes, American. What? Okay, no. Yes, Mandarin. American Psychological Association style. Okay, is the citation format that you make your references list and citation style. Okay. Okay, and then back to the AT library. It's very important. Every one of you need to use your AIT account. Access library, you don't need AT account if it is just the home page. But if you want to download some files, you need your account. Such as you want to check your AIT thesis collection. For checking several things, okay, then later on you may need to log in, and the same for IEEE, Science Direct, Search, and so on. If you want to download paper, you also need to use AIT account. But to do that, the easiest way is to do VPN, okay? You need to VPN to AIT so that you can directly download things. Okay, here you can access to the department, work, and so on, ICT. Browse to the collection of, let's say, data science and AI is not here or not. Some of the, yes. Chatbot, okay. This is how about we go with the thesis? You can see, actually, you can download some work from there directly as well. This is professional master. Then if we talk about here, data science and AI in our regular master, these are some other work like self-driving system, cross-attention based late fusion network, deep learning, EEG, also Okay, please feel free to explore further. And let me see if you can. Do you need to? How can we download? Yes, let's see. Okay, let me see I am at the AIT, so sometimes I don't use. So I need to use my. Okay. Can access now, I think. Okay, this is the work, for example, that I already downloaded. One of the example. She is also one of my students. Anyway. Okay, I think this is the first sample. And then later on, when you do the searching, and then you can download several of the related papers. So you can, if you want to try, use your login and password and try with the ST something, right? Your username and password and try whether it works or not. Otherwise, my suggestion is to contact our AT technical support. Then if you try and then you have some issues that we know that we can do some technical support help for you. Would you like to try now? Just quickly, a few minutes. We are in AIT. Do we have the VPN? Let me see here. Maybe they don't establish.
While the administrator is using IP public and do not use a domain name.
Yeah, that's true. I am not sure why. I agree with you.
You should download a VPN application and VPN profile. And then you add that profile to the VPN application and log in with your email students. And then you can access to the library, everything.
Yeah, for me, I do have for other friends. Do you all have tried the VPN? Let me see. I try to find some.
You must have VPN.
Everyone, have you tried VPN?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, you have all, right? Okay. Otherwise, for those who have not tried before, you go to here, AIT, and off-campus access. AT Library, Research and Study Support. Then menu number 3, off-campus access. Then there will be some instruction for you to perhaps follow a bit to install on your devices, to use your this and that and so on, okay? And then access it later. So you can download a few, not a few, really many. IEEE, ACM, Springer, and Science Direct, they are all very available there for you to download. So you both have used VPN before, right? Okay, so that's easy. Okay. Then let me go to the presentation of this afternoon. Okay, I will be very quick. Okay, for this one, okay, it's just to let you feel a bit into the business of doing a research and project. Okay, so I would like to bring you in the research and project mode. The very first thing is to, okay, let me do some. Okay, the very first thing is to introduce you to all these three topics. First, when we talk about research, okay, how can we classify this research in this domain so that you can, you know, when you read some other people's work and you also work on your own, okay, what project areas or classification of your projects belong to. Then we will move to the research process, that how can we do one by one, step by step. And then some of the possible methodology we can understand, okay. First, the classification of data science and AI research. What do you think we have? What classification types or subtypes of research in this domain? Please make some interaction, you know, because afternoon we will be very sleepy and tired. And don't look further, okay? So we try to exercise our brain a bit. How can we classify research in this domain? What are the areas inside data science and AI? What do you think? Or at least the areas you will be working on, you know, how do we call your area? You can type in the chat, you can stay out loud, you can, what do you think?
Actually, I don't get your question. So
Okay, sorry. If we classify or if we group the research inside the domain of data science and AI, how do you think we can group into, for example, into theoretical research, like algorithm of data science and AI, or in terms of the application domains such as computer vision, natural language processing, or in terms of business intelligence and so on. Okay, so how many classes or groups of research inside data science and AI?
Theoretical research.
I think that we can classify data science in by technical components, like you said, or by business activities. If by technical components can go with it can be like you just said, like maybe data engineering or machine learning, and then there are a lot of algorithms inside that, supervised, unsupervised learning, or it can be like into deployment. I mean, like it can be by the technical components or by business activities. So maybe data science can be used for marketing, can be used for sale, can be used for production, for industry, for factories, for in production, or can be used for human resource type that. So that's my idea. Like
Okay.
two ways of segmentation, of classification.
Thank you. Very good sharing. And yes, as the friends in this room also share, we can think of classification by the techniques itself, right? The technical parts of data science and AI, such as machine learning or even rule-based expert system techniques, natural and so on. Also, we can classify by the application domain side. Also, there are things related to the policy side or ethical side as well. Okay, so there are many ways, and actually understanding how can we classify can really allow you to think a bit that what areas are interesting for you and what area you would like to build your expertise in. Then you can focus more on those sub areas, or what areas are the area you are curious about. Okay.
We can divide by industry.
Yes, that's true. Before I go into the data science and AI, actually, I would like to look a little bit bigger. Actually, data science and AI, one big branch of it, and the branch that we work on a lot in our program, is based on computing domain, computing discipline, right? So if we look from the very big picture, in computing, we have computer science. Okay. We have, yes, data science and data analytics as another branch, subdomain. We have IT. We have also information system. Okay. We have also the computer engineering and software engineering and so on. Okay. So how actually people classify these things? There is, I think you're aware of ACM, right? ACM is Association for Computing Machinery. It's the acm.org. If you go to ACM website, it has something that is called ACM Computing Classification System. If you want to really do some real classification, we can refer to this because it's very rich classification, okay, of ACM. We call ACM CCS, okay, computing classification, has been defined as a kind of hierarchy from 2012. And if I draw it like a kind of diagram, it may look like this. I will need to correct, this is CCS, not CSS, sorry. Then there are sub-branches, a lot of this classification, such as branches in human-computer interaction, okay, branches in information system, branches in the algorithm domain, okay. You see that here, AI is here. Artificial intelligence is part of computing methodology because it's the algorithm, it's a technique. You see also machine learning is also here. Okay, I highlight here. And where is our data analytics and data science? Actually, there is, I mean, there it falls under several of the classification anyway. If we talk about information system here, let me. Okay, information system, we have information system application. I mean, when you build an application, whether you use AI technique or whatever, but it's the system, the application is under information system here. Okay, when you want to handle data, is under the data management system, so it involves very many fields. If we are talking about dashboard and visualization, is under human computing. Okay, visualization here. when you are designing human-computer interaction, okay, is here. Okay, I expand a bit more. If we talk about here, computing apply side, you can see that I think it may involve many of the application domain, right? Using data from e-commerce, using education, apply to education domain and so on. Okay, I will move further. Let me browse to you a bit here. If actually we want to look at the complete CCS, okay, of ACM, you can look from this link. You can see that it's very big hierarchy that try to classify things for us already, hardware, software, and so on. And data science, do we have data analytics? And okay, there's no specific word of data analysis. Okay. But there is the AI, there is this and that. And actually, this is only 3 levels. Top level, second level. This is second level and then first level, second level, and then third level. This hierarchy suggests only 3 levels, I mean, in this website, but actually it goes much beyond, okay? For example, if we look at this, you can see that in computing methodology, this is the first level, level 1, level 2, level 3, okay, level 4, level 5. It can go many, many levels. Okay, they define very detailed. Like we have machine learning algorithm, and inside machine learning algorithm, you have dynamic programming for Markov decision process, and you have Q-learning, for example. Okay, and so on. If you want to have a complete look, go follow this link. This is the link from ACM itself. Okay, this is top level. Suppose that we were saying about computing methodology. We talk about machine learning. We talk about machine learning algorithm. And then we can have like suppose ensemble, boosting or backing, and so on. Okay, that's already the end, the last level in this one. So you can see from here that's here, this is already the level. And if we look at the menu here, recent paper in ACM, you can actually look at some recent publication that published by ACM in this domain of backing algorithm under ensemble method, machine learning, and so on. So let me click on something. Recent paper. But this is under what we call ACM Digital Library here. Look at the top here. I'm browsing through ACM Digital Library. So you see here, I click on the recent paper. It's really the most recent published paper in ACM library, digital library. So suppose this one. If you are interested in ensemble algorithm, especially the backing one, then you click on recent paper. They already help classify that what are the papers you want to read about this recent development. Such as, let me say this one. Responsible software system for disease diagnostic using symptom text. This one. I can even click to download. Okay, you see, you click, you can even read this paper, the online one. If it is ACM, actually AIT subscribe to ACM fully. So you can read all paper published by ACM publisher. But this work, it is an open access. So whether it's under the VPN or not VPN, you can access this one anyway. So this is a paper that you may want to read to find the most recent development in the domain of your classification. Okay. This one, oh, Uganda. Okay. Well, the quality, it really depends, right? And you need to really check and review before you go into the reading. Okay. It's just say that it has been published. And let me look at something before. You can even search ACM Digital Library. Before, what did we discuss? Okay, chatbot for legal domain. Do we find anything? Okay, let's see. Factual, legal and ethical issues, optimizing information system for law, privacy in chatbot conversation. Okay, this one seems interesting. Suppose.
Question.
Yes.
As your experience, which criteria paper we should read? I mean, any good criteria we can skim a lot and scan a lot of papers. We can go, but actually we cannot go like 100 or 200 maybe if we have time. But what is the good point we should consider to read a paper to get the knowledge? I mean, the literature review. I mean, some key things. I mean, there's a method or your experience thinking.
Yes. One moment. Let me bring some. Okay, reading a paper or finding a paper first.
Yeah, finding.
First, actually, you need to have some specific interest, right? You should start from something, right? Otherwise, you keep reading everything. So you need to have some interest. That is why we talk about some domain of interest or problem. You need to identify or start from some problem or area of your interest. Okay. And then you do searching. But searching from where? That's very important. The criteria, what if you have limited time to read things? How do we start? Of course, you need to have some criteria to choose what to read. So we need to identify source. The source that is like you want to look for something to buy. You go to a mall or a place, you need to identify that, okay, let's go here. And then we are sure to get something relevant and good quality. Okay. The source of paper. Depending whether you really know. For example, you're hungry. You cannot eat everything you just see, right? You may want to, okay, choose the restaurant and then the dish they provide for you. So the source of paper means publisher, means journal, I mean names of journal, or maybe conferences. And that means has to be known and reputed, or good quality, or high quality? Okay, suppose that you are in some domain, like you, as I said, you are interested in my domain, let me think. Suppose I am interested in let me think of some topic.
Your domain? Ontology?
Medical domain,
Yeah,
okay.
medical. Mm.
Or if we're talking about, I mean, the very recent. Oh, okay, that's a bit far from all of you. Maybe suppose NLP. Okay, if we talk about, because many of you talk about NLP. Okay, so top conference in NLP. Let me see. Top conference in NLP, actually, the very first one, really, this one, ACL. Association for Computational Linguistics. This is really the very top conference in NLP. So you may want to read works published in this. It's like if you want to follow some news, you go to BBC, CNN, you know, this is a kind of famous top one, right? Something like that, the same. If you want to read some recent work, prominent, interesting, high quality, you choose the best source of your things. So, okay, suppose you are really, you don't know anything. I said ACL, conference, proceeding. (2024). This is example of ACL 2024 conference. And you know, it was in Thailand. If I'm not wrong, because last year it was in Thailand. Yes, Bangkok, Thailand. Proceedings, what does it publish? Let me see. How can we access the paper? Suppose we are interested in this chain of thought. Okay. Let me find first a bit, sorry, that where does it publish? This is the preprint. If you go and search for something and you find like this, as if it means the archive is a preprint. Sometimes the owner of the work, I mean, once you publish in something, is under the copyright of the publisher. And whether it is open access or you have to pay for reading, it depends on the policy, the access of that. But the preprint is the version before publishing that author can publish without breaking the copyright issue with the publisher. So you can always read the preprint, but it may not be the final version. Okay. Anyway, the very first thing is that you find the source. Suppose that you are just exploring the idea. It's like you go for shopping and then you just explore the idea. You don't have any specific things to read. You want to explore what is new in the domain of NLP. Then you can browse through some of it's like you browse through the catalog, the book, the magazine for the recent development. Okay, that's one thing. And then you look for the source that you think that they are of very high quality, like this one, ACL, and so on, and read and download. Another, let me see. this one, I think it has not yet published, or why it's not there in the ACL 2021 for publisher. There, let me find something else for you. Sorry, this one should be published, but why not? Another is if you know the journal itself, okay, top NLP journal. If you're in the domain, you should be able to, yes, okay, computational linguistics. This is one of the top ACL. Again, you see that ACL it has the very top for every ranking. Yes, transaction of, yes, IEEE. Okay. Then let's check this one, transaction. Published by MIT Press. Okay. And you can browse to the top journal so that you can see what are recent developments in this area. Okay. And you can see how people working on what topics. This allow you to see the interest and the trend. Text, a natural language interface for complex geodata, Google Street Map. Okay. And you can, some of them provide open access, right? But best that every time you start with AIT VPN so that you can directly access something if AT already subscribed to it. So this one has PDF. And then we can read. Okay, another thing, of course, Google Scholar. If you then you can start searching. Suppose we say about legal domain chatbot. Okay. You can do some filtering from here. Okay. Filter by date, time. Suppose we want the latest 5 years. Okay. We don't want to read anything too old. Yeah. Lawbot, smart user, Indian legal chatbot, and so on. And let me see. Metrics. Let me see the search. Custom range article. We can do you can even, okay, one thing, Anat, do you know what does it mean by review article?
put the review.
Yeah, review article means a type of publication that review the research in the domain for the past. Depend. Suppose that we want to know what has been the trend or development or technology in legal chatbot for the past 5 years or 10 years. Sometimes people will make it as review article. Let me see if how can I click on here? Okay. Structure overview of use cases. Yeah, you see review of NLP technology, Greek NLP technology for chatbot development. These are kind of review article. It is not a new research. It's kind of review that what has been done, a kind of survey, review the development technology and so on in the area of the things you are searching. Suppose AI in medical diagnostic.
So it's kind of a summary, right? It's kind of a summary.
Yes,
of-
yes, kind of, but a very systematic way. Yes. Medical imaging. Okay, suppose I'm interested in medical imaging. You see, explainable AI in medical imaging and overview of technical. It will present what has been done in the past 10 years or something. Here, oops, I just click in it. Sorry, I go back. AI for medical imaging, a detailed review. So this means a review article. Okay. Bias in AI for medical imaging. See? And another thing that when you browse quickly through this, the result, you may want to read something that, of course, fit with your searching criteria, right? And another thing is, how can we know that is the good work? Sometimes publication that is good, there are a few criteria we can see. Okay. Suppose that, yes, one criteria is whether what is a publisher. If it is published by no name, no known publisher, by something else, you may not think it's reliable. Another thing you may want to check is date and year of publication, right? And another thing is citation. These are perhaps some key indicators you can use. Sometimes it's not by whom. Of course, by whom, sometimes when you see that, oh, it's by Harvard, MIT, you feel biased that, yes, it should be good quality because you trust the writer. That is fine, right? By whom? But suppose it is by someone, you cannot know every scientist, any researcher, you don't know everyone. And it's not only MIT, Harvard, right? It can be from some university you don't know. But then if it can be published by a good journal, at least many journals, you know, the publication criteria, they do need to have the review process. When you submit a work to publish, they need to read your work. They need to screen that your work is good quality. The research conduct is very high quality. The work itself is up to the current trend using known valid techniques. There will be people screening the work. So when it is by the good journal, good conference, that is why I say that always read work from the top one, because they screen the quality for you. And date and year, you know that you want to read something present new. And then number of citation, how many other papers cite or referring to it. When you read a paper, let's find some paper. Let me see. I'm not going to, not AI, okay? Go back to the legal domain, okay? You can also go to IEEE Explore. Go to the digital library by itself. Let me see if I already put there. Yes. In my slide here, these are the links you can follow for a searching. They are already good, valid source of quality publication for you to start with. That is to start from Science Direct, this is Elsevier, or Springer in Nature, or IEEE Explore, or ACM Digital Library. These are four credible, reliable sources for you to start the search with. Because if you use Google Scholar, every kind of quality is there in Google Scholar, okay? But that means you can maximize that you find everything. But if you say that, no, I don't want to find everything, I want to scope only something that is quality, then maybe you start from all this source. So let's go, for example, IEEE Explore, okay? At least is the database, the digital library of IEEE. Okay, let me try again. Legal domain chatbot, just the same. Easy keyword. Suppose I don't have any specific things yet, but I want to know what have people been doing in this area. Okay, there is this work on AI Legal Companion, enhancing access to justice and legal literacy for the public. There are law bots, okay? And you can see here, it has been published in the conference, okay? Legal assistance, development of legal, you can use some range screening here, right? I'm interested in just 2021 to 25, suppose. I'm interested in publication type. Apply here first.
See the country.
Country may be difficult. Let's see. We can see only, suppose we are interested in IEEE Access, which is the journal of IEEE and open access. Okay. I'm interested in yeah, you see, from ChatGPT to ThreatGPT, impact of AI in cybersecurity and privacy. Okay. There are also publisher. Suppose I'm not screening the okay, this is just the IEEE one or even affiliate. Okay, but anyway, just clear everything first. It's too small. Okay, suppose I'm interested, you can clear all the filter. Okay, I want only journal publication. Yes. I'm interested in only journal. Because journal is more higher quality than conference publication. Transformation, large language model trend, tracking, inside literature to the web. Okay.
Pardon me, Professor. May I
Yes.
have a question?
Yep, sure.
Okay. So our goal is like to find a research article that we can do the review of several literature, so then we can come up with our thesis, right?
Yes. Yes.
And so are there any so there are several ways like we go into different tools like Google Scholar or journal like you just mentioned, but do they have a tab like YouTube where you can show that the trendy article or the show the article that is very easy to do, have that they have like kind of categorized like that, or we have to read off that?
Uh-huh. Okay. The trend, actually, you may need to browse over the return result or filter the result a bit. And it's like Google search, right? When you search and you get very many results, you may need to apply certain techniques to minimize the result returned to you. And I think as of now, there are many, but reading all of them or not, you can just check. This one is, I think next time I can invite AIT library, director of library. She can introduce to you a tool which is called Mendeley. And this tool can allow you to really do a lot with the searching and results and finding relevant literature. You can also try with some help of generative AI tools to help you screen something, but be very careful as well. Okay. I mean, be careful of overusing and then something, but if it can assist you to effectively find something and efficiently read something, that's very serve the purpose anyway. So you see that, suppose I search LLM in business. Okay, what does it return, right? AI analyst and AI assistant SDL0. You can see that sometimes when you don't have a lot of idea, you may want to explore first and see what have been done. Oh, get some idea from here and there, get some idea from this and that, and so on. Okay. And only by reading the title, sometimes you can guess something and get some idea really. Like generative AI for intelligent manufacturing virtual assistant in semiconductor industry. Even you are not working in semiconductor industry, sometimes you get, oh, generative AI can be used for this and that, right? So that's why I said to you, start with a very good title for you, even your idea. It can tell already something. Yeah, it gives you already something to guess and to think further. So we are still in the process of ideation, problem identification, topic identification. Don't worry. This phase, you can take some time to explore and get the most interesting things that you feel fun to do. Okay, and suppose that here, leveraging internet source text data for financial analytics in supply chain finance. Large language model for enhanced text mining workflow. Oh, this is interesting. Suppose I'm interested in this one. Go browse and see. IEEE transactions, the word transactions, when it is IEEE transaction, it means a journal. So this is already qualified, at least for you, in terms of quality measure, that it passed some quality to be published here. Okay, I did not subscribe to, I did not connect with AIT VPN. So I cannot download, but you can see, if you are with AIT VPN, almost everything in IEEE Explore database, you can access directly, okay? I just need to connect to the VPN, that's it. Here you can. If not, you can read the abstract. Every paper, you are allowed to read the abstract. Access the paper, you may need to pay. And another thing, if you have a few, not like a list of 200 papers, but a few like 3 to 4, 5, 6, something like that, you can write to AIT library. If you cannot download by AIT VPN subscription and so on, AIT library, they are very good. They have network and connection. They can get some papers for you. Even they don't have access. They will find their network and download the paper and send to you. Write an email to AIT library and make a list of, send the URL of your paper you want. Please help access this paper for you. Give a full text PDF and use your AIT email, okay? Otherwise they think that you are outsider.
Tức là nếu mà em cần download tài liệu em ở đây nó sẽ em gửi tên cái tài liệu ấy bằng hòm mail gửi cho AIT library ấy. Nhưng tài liệu nghe mình gửi từ cái hòm mail ấy thì cái search ở đâu nó không cho.
So, Professor, this is just a step, right? Just a step of reviewing, not like we are trying to pick the paper and then apply into practice. Is that the goal?
Again, sorry, I don't understand the question. Again, please.
I'm sorry for making you confused. So I mean like, I'm confusing between this step, like we try to gather all the paper as a second step, and then later on we will pick a paper to apply it into practice into our thesis, right?
Well, actually, okay. I explained this because our friend Mr. Kwa, he asked that how can we know that which paper could be worthwhile reading? Okay, so that is why I am explaining some criteria that when we are identifying paper to read, this step could take a day, a month, or several months. Actually, when you are trying to understand something, suppose you are new to some domain, right? You need to explore and make yourself knowledgeable in the domain for you to work on a project or a research. How long will it take? It really depends on how big the domain and how challenged the domain is. But before, you need to identify the knowledge source. And this is just to find out what knowledge source to read. But how long and how many? Actually, there's no definite answer.
Okay, but later on we will pick one of them and then put in our thesis, right? And try to make it into the model presentation, the thesis, so we can defend it in front of the board.
Okay. We are trying to pick one of them. I'm not saying that you're reading only one paper, right? So if you look at our example, not example, but our friend former report, you can see in the references. References mean what have been read, what are related, what have been cited. Okay, so you may need to read quite a number, depending on how are they related. Maybe something is about the techniques, the algorithm. Something is about the accuracy, the comparison. Something is about the problem itself. Something is about this data set and so on, right? You may need to really read quite a number. So you are not picking only just one. Sometimes you read 20 of them and combine several good things from 20 of them to propose your own one.
Oh, okay, I get it.
Okay.
So it's way more difficult than I thought.
Yeah, it's not like finding one thing and then follow the technique used there, right? Because this is a research. So let's look at some other example, right? In the here references, for example, here, not many in this report, okay, but at least 16 of them. And you see that they have been reading some of the paper. How about this? Let me see. Feature engineering. Okay, they don't put the table of content here. How many have been read? Okay, here, these are the references. They have been surveying, reading, reviewing, and yes, put in their references work. Okay. Data governance.
See, 190 pages.
I think it includes appendix too. Yes,
Oh.
but this is very lengthy. Yes. It includes appendix of the framework, of the questionnaire, and so on. So that's why it's a bit long. But the report itself, excluding the appendix, not that long, but the format is not correct. 20, 30 pages, but the references about 20 something, I believe, close to 30. And this is the appendix, the data governance maturity model that has been developed. So that's why it's pretty long. Also including the questionnaire. Okay. Should we have a short break and then we come back and continue a bit?
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay, let's break until 3 o'clock, but then we have very short time to finish for today anyway.
Yeah.
Yes.
The result of all of them is not to be molded. They have only capture the results. Yes, because many of our program like we using Vietnamese language. For example, is for my human resources. Yeah, I can see in my department which is have the most KPI, the highest and the lowest, and how many work they put in. But it's Vietnamese language, so when I capture this,
it's not very meaningful.
Yeah,
for
yes.
the
So I have to translate to English and put in the thesis.
I think then you can, yes, put some label. You can capture this one and
Yes.
then edit the capture image in a way that you put some English translation label
Okay,
for the meaningful one that is
Yes.
important to be discussed in the
Yes.
report.
Yes.
Yes, I think in that case, it may be necessary to do that. But maybe not every single word by word, right?
Yeah,
You think
yes.
that
No, that is the name of the person in my department. Yes, so this is a KPI.
Yes, okay.
Where I can count the salaries for each of them. With, yes. this is the job they put in the program for June.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, this
Okay.
year. So this is person for each department in my yes.
Wow, you have very good information
Yeah.
dashboard for human resource management.
Yes, I can this, I can choose the department. Yes, I choose the main, and I yeah.
Okay.
I had some 1, 2, 3, 4, many job here. For example, I choose this job. I choose the person who received this job and where the
Assign.
start date, yes, the end date, yes, and I put yeah.
Okay.
It's a job for the and with this and for example, then choose the job, the department and the statement they receive the job and they have done the job and waiting for me to get the score. For example, 80% or 100% and have, yes, and I choose the person here. For example, yeah, this one is already score for this person for her. Yes.
Okay.
She do, and but it is just only Vietnamese language, and when I see or the result, they capture the screen, they capture the screen, and if I put this into my thesis, I have to translate this.
Yeah, but I think as already mentioned, you
Yes.
put
Yeah,
you
for
translate
example,
only
this is,
you translate only important
important key.
key things.
Yes.
Yeah.
For example, this
Yes.
this belong to my boss.
Yes.
That is my IOC.
Yes.
Yes, is my IOC system.
Yes.
And he just only shows the KPI.
Yes.
Yes, I can see.
Yeah, as I
I
said,
see it every day.
Yes.
Yes, it's for my balance scorecard. Yes, my OKR.
Yes,
because
yes.
it was a score for my department here. And I see many things here is the Vietnamese language.
Yes.
So just translate the keyword. For example, man record, total score. Yes. Okay.
And only in the discussion explanation text, right? You can
yes.
discuss and explain that what does
yes.
it mean? What are the benefits we obtain from this? What techniques we use?
I got it. But when I defend, do I have to demo?
Yes, you would. Actually,
to open
for his
this,
time,
this page.
he demo.
Yes.
Sometimes he make a live demo. Sometimes he capture the screen.
Sometimes
capture the screen into the PowerPoint.
Depend on the supervisor.
Depend on. Well, the supervisor, yes, depend on the discussion with the supervisor.
Yeah.
And sometimes we trust, right? We don't need to really, okay,
okay.
open it and
Thank
just
you.
check it.
I got it.
Okay.
Because if I have to demo, I have to have so this website. It belongs to my company and some data.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes.
When it contains private, confidential data, maybe
Yes,
we can, yes.
Thank you, Professor. Considering for the human resources system or the IoT system.
IoT.
Yes. For example, you can see in my IoT.
Yes.
I can have many IoTs on the base transport system here. I can see, for example, this one means the temperature of the room. Yes, and how many conditioner. Yes, I can.
In the building of
Yes,
the
yes,
office,
yes, yes.
okay.
And this is for the power system. You can see it's power
Okay.
system for the battery 2, battery 3, and battery 4. And just only when we receive the alarm from here, we call for the man responsible for this side, for this side.
Okay, so this
Yes,
is
not
for maintenance,
automatically.
purpose,
Yes.
for fixing.
Yes, but not automatically. And I want to using the AI to automatic control the conditioner, the batteries. Yes.
So right now, human.
Yes, for example, this one you can see that.
Yeah.
It's already when change the color to the red, that means an alarm here. Yes, and when the person who monitoring this
Yes.
system, they have to call the man, and the man responsible for this side, and the man come to this side, and yes, and check,
Okay.
and fix this. But I want to automatic fix this far away. Yes, and I consider to do this.
And this is
or
for
do
the
human
what
resources.
the telecommunication device.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. This IoT device from many sides. That you can see many sides.
Okay.
Yes.
Automatic fix, you mean by what?
For example, for this one,
It's just configuration or is
configuration. Configuration. For example, when you see the temperature of the room is over, yes, you can turn on this. You can see that
okay,
two
in that case,
conditioner, but
yeah.
this one is off, this one is on, and the temperature is over. You have to turn on this one.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, in that case, it's simple to
Yes,
to
very
make it
simple.
automatic.
Yes.
Okay.
And I consider this one and this
It's
one.
kind of
which one
smart,
to do.
smart maintenance
Yes,
system.
yes,
or
yes,
something
right,
like
right,
that.
right, right, right.
Okay.
I think it's many things have to do by manual. You know.
Is that called climate control?
Who am I? Yes. Ta hỏi cô nên chọn cái nào cho nó dễ, khó quá làm không được. Có đấy. Mình đưa lên nhiều quân đấy thì mình chỉ cần translate cái keyword sang tiếng Anh thôi và giải thích là để làm gì thôi, chứ còn cái ví dụ anh nhìn cái chương trình của bọn VTC ấy, mấy mẹ nó mà làm được nó cái bộ IoT về để các nhà trạm đi, xong rồi đưa thông tin về nhiệt độ của trạm, đúng không, xong rồi là thông tin khóa quy, đúng không, nhiệt độ phòng nó sẽ có điều hòa của nó, ví dụ như bình thường nó phòng nó có 2-3 cái điều hòa, đúng không, tức là nhiệt độ tập đoàn nó yêu cầu đặt đối với những trạm là một là 3, thế là 23 độ chẳng hạn, đúng không? Nếu mà mình thấy nó vượt qua ngưỡng 30 độ thì mình bật thêm cái điều hòa, mà cái đây là làm từ xa tự động. Đấy, gửi cảnh báo, hoặc là mất điện lưới AC thì phải theo dõi là cái ắc quy đấy là nhân công, thì bọn này nó đang cung cấp API, thì API ấy, nó bảo cái hệ thống này là server này nó bàn giao cho shop. Đấy, thì mình có thể lấy được số liệu offline thôi, nhưng mà mình để nó mình làm đề tài thì vẫn được, chẳng sao. Đấy, nhưng mà mình phải chụp cái màn hình này nó sẽ toàn tiếng Việt. Đấy, mà tao xem của quân nó cũng đẩy vào toàn tiếng Việt mà. Thế nhưng mà cái keyword của ông phải dịch, ví dụ như là nhá, ví dụ ông ý đẩy cái dashboard, ông làm đề tài về BIBA, đúng không, thì ông ví dụ cái dashboard ông đẩy vào thì ông phải giải thích là best sell 2G là gì, best sell 3G là gì, best sell 4, tức là giải thích cái keyword đấy, những cái chụp màn hình của nó thì tiếng Việt. Địa bàn tổ khai thác biết thông vốn đây
chủ tài khoản tiếng Việt mà. Entity
đấy. Với cả anh hỏi cái nữa là có phải demo không ấy? Tại vì demo thì mình phải vào web hoặc là phải vào app. Không, demo thôi, demo thì đương nhiên rồi, ý là thì bảo là phụ thuộc vào supervisor, đúng không? Bữa hỏi cô ấy, cô bảo discard với cả supervisor nếu yêu cầu demo ấy. Ông làm để QS, QoB của mobile network, đúng không? Thì ông phải giải thích. Đấy. Yes, not be divide communication lost time. Đấy, đúng không? Cái dashboard này là cho mất liên lạc trạm BTS. Thì cái ảnh chụp của ông là tiếng Việt. Tình hình mất liên lạc trạm BTS trong ngày. Đấy. The graph show that the BTS communication lost time tends to increase month by month. Thì là tiếng Việt, và cái keyword, nhưng mà cái ảnh chụp này là tiếng Anh, nhưng mà cái ảnh chụp là tiếng Việt này. Xem là ai hướng dẫn không?
AI cho là tôi.
AI. Đâu. Chắc làm xin quan trọng. Bắt telephone. Yes. DIA. Viết 91 trang kinh khiếp.
Okay, I think we can continue back our discussion. I try to be fast and then we continue also tomorrow, but tomorrow, really, we will need to work on something and try to plan for some output, at least for the first part, or at least we try to get something like drafting some idea, a few ideas, and so on. Okay, we need to at least get some output so that we can move on. Okay, let me see. We still have tomorrow, don't worry. So let me, for today at least, take you through to think, I mean, at least this evening before we meet again tomorrow, you can spend some time thinking, dreaming, or searching for something, okay? I already mentioned that, yes, we've been talking about classification. We've been talking about, yes, actually for this, I would like you to really find, let me draw something. Find some area of your interest, okay? It could be a number. You see, I use the areas. You can be interested in more than one thing, right? Because something could be fine for a short period. Something may need longer time. And yes, identify that your interests belong to what classification and so on. And yes, if possible, try to find some relevant paper. I should put S. It's not one paper, but several papers. Finding papers, reading papers, at least identifying some papers that you think are related. At least it gives you some idea. You see other people, you may already have some techniques in your mind, but how do you know that that technique's really working?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, you should read that how other people solve some similar problems and what techniques do they use, and what are the outcome results of their work. Do they achieve good results? Do they achieve just okay problem? And so on. Then in that case, you don't need to really research by yourself, right? You learn from other people's reports. And then when you think that you find the best idea and technique, you combine the best from this paper, the best from that idea, the best from this idea, and then combine to be your own. And then you experiment on your own. Yes, in that case. And later on, you will publish or write something about your best solution. Okay. Again, this is just another key areas within computing by IEEE. They identify these interesting ideas that could be relevant to you. I identify only data science and AI. Okay. What does it mean by data science? Okay. The life cycle include data collection, cleansing, exploration, exploratory data analysis, feature engineering. This involve what you will have learned and will be part of what you will be put in your project anyway. Okay, so we are interested in making knowledge extraction, okay, extraction of actionable knowledge from data through process discovery, hypothesis, analytical methods, and so on. Okay. It may involve you to, yes, do some Python programming, use some packages, use machine learning libraries, use some visualization tools. It's just to give you an idea what we have learned so far, what can be there as part of your project. Maybe not only the technical part, it may be relevant to the application part, like business analytics, do some prediction, do some recommendation. If it is banking, some of us say about banking, right? It could be about fraud detection in the bank, or even in telecommunication. Do we have certain fraud? Maybe. Yeah, there are, right? Fraud detection, fraud prevention. It could be related to healthcare, detect. Even before I talk about Mr. Hai, Pepsi company, right? He did something related to the shop, the computer vision, but in the former idea, he had a few ideas to explore and finalize. Finally, he concluded with the computer vision to take care of the refrigerator and whether the shop already follow and regulations and so on and checking. But before, he had something like idea of using computer vision for detecting work safety.
Yes.
Inside the manufacturing factory and so on, right? Whether people put on helmet, whether people follow working protocol. Yeah. So using computer vision means automatic detection and alarming.
Yes.
No need to have people, hey, you put on helmet, hey, you do this, hey, you do that. No, right? It can be, we can use technology to assist people to work. Yes. So it's about human worker welfare, working condition as well. Okay. Marketing, yes, use data for optimizing business, operation, optimizing business and marketing and customer support and so on, right? And even social media analysis, analyzing Twitter, Facebook, social media posts, forum. We have some area we call social listening or customer listening, right? Customer voice. Sometimes customer post in the forum here and there, complain about your business, complain about the product and services. You may not want to be the last person seeing that. You may need to monitor many platforms and see that, oh, when someone talks bad, you approach the person, solve the problem so that stop. Something like that. That is also part of the social media analysis and social listening. Okay, sentiment analysis from the text. So these are some ideas that could be possible. So again, for Mr. Hung, if you want to sell some products idea, there are kind of social media listening tool that maybe you may want to sell to your prospect, customer, company, business, SME, and so on. In Thailand, there was already few years back, many years back, started from this social listening, and it can sell a lot of tools to the company because company may not be able to know, right, that people are talking negatively about the company. Then they buy this product and tool. Okay. How about some other ideas within AI? Of course, within AI, it could involve, things such as, yes, using AI to simulate human intelligence, behavior, like learning, reasoning, problem solving, language understanding, and so on. So there are very many things such as speech recognition, image recognition, right? It's similar to the data science predictive analytics. Yes, but this is more on the domain of applying AI tools, such as ability to understand human language, ability to see things and understand the object recognition, abilities to move physical object like robotics in the manufacturing factory and so on, ability to give advices similar to expert like medical doctor or other types of experts, or vehicle such as autonomous car or using some sensor for the autonomous vehicle, virtual assistant like chatbot as well, chatbot also virtual assistant kind of thing, or giving recommendation to user, workers, manager, employees, and so on. So this is just the overview of the overall map and picture that could give you some idea. Look at this, where you want to apply things. It involves very many things. Okay. So next is the research process. The process we go through for the research and project. But before, let's have some understanding together. What does it mean when we talk about research? What does it mean? So I give you some definition taking from Wikipedia. So it's easy. Okay. From Wikipedia, research means active, diligent, systematic process for inquiry, for discovery, for interpreting. Okay. And to make practical application in something, okay, we may want to do data collection, information collection, okay. But the word research itself comes from French, Middle French, and means investigate thoroughly. That means when you do a research, it's not fast, okay. Give it some time to really go deep, not fast, not quick, and not shallow. But let's look at some more formal definition of research from UK Research Innovation, okay, Center. So research means original investigation. To gain knowledge and to gain understanding. So their purpose. We do research for what? It's going to rain?
Yes, right.
Oh, very dark cloud. Okay, should we finish now? Okay, So that is the main thing, right? Okay, the rest, please find some time to read. I'm not going to read everything in the slide, but I give you all the slide already. But there is one keyword important, that is original. So originality means what? Something that has not been done before. At least suppose it's for your workplace. It's something that has not been done, right? We are not doing the research or project that already exists in your workplace and then we propose to your boss or something. No. Okay. If it is to the research domain, academic domain, of course, it's something that new, right? New algorithm, new way of solving some problem. Okay. And if we want to really do a research, do some experimental development, okay, it means that there are these 5 keywords. Okay, I would like to highlight, emphasize for you. First, novel, new. Novelty means new. Creative, yes, has not been done before, it's creative. Uncertain, what does it mean? If you know that something will happen, for sure, if you do this, it will result in this. You don't need a research. It's predictable, very clear solution, right? Then it's not a research. It's just do it. And you can let anybody do for you. But if something is still unknown, uncertain, you need to do a research. Such as we do a COVID vaccine research. It's not known that what vaccine should be used for COVID. If it is known, it's not a research. Okay? It's just to do something. It's not doing a research. And it should follow a systematic process. Not like, okay, today I feel I want to do that. Tomorrow I feel I want to do this. No. There are certain particular process to follow, well-defined, systematic process. That is why I am guiding you, not to let you do anything ad hoc, okay? And another last thing, the last quality. Yes, transferable, reproducible. When you record your step, your report, result, if somebody else want to follow the way you do, they can follow the way and achieve similar things, right? Expect to achieve the same thing. If you read a paper, they develop this algorithm, propose a new algorithm, you follow their algorithm, their idea, you expect to achieve the same thing that the author achieved, right? It's not like they achieve 90% performance, then you achieve 20. No, then it's not repeatable. Okay, so these have to be the 5 things we maintain for our research and project. Okay, so are we in the good mood? Spirit that we will achieve these 5 criteria for our research, okay, and project. Okay, all these things are just the explanation of what I already explained. So please find some times to read so that you really ensure to achieve all 5 of them. Okay. So in order to achieve all 5 of them, let me summarize to you the key steps. But following this step doesn't mean that you will achieve all 5. It depends on the quality of each step we will be doing as well. But the first thing, to do a research, we need to identify what are we going to solve, what problems we want to solve, okay? So problem identification, identify the problem. And then, remember, research must be original. So you find the problem doesn't mean that it has never been solved by someone else before. It may already been solved and there are good solutions. So literature review ensure that, hey, has it been solved? If it has been solved, what is the solution? what are the techniques, and whether you can reuse the technique or not, and can you bring something new to the current technique. That's the thing. Okay, we want to add some new knowledge, new contribution, new novelty into the existing solution. So and I will say that this process is a kind of iteration. I put this kind of loop so that you keep doing. You get some idea for problem, you read, review, search, read, review, search, redefine your problem. You will do this process kind of in a loop a bit. Okay. If you have not read enough, I will say that yes, you may. But anyway, we have limited time. We may not be very achieve the very best result of every process anyway. But at least every committee member, every supervisor will expect that you need to really explore the domain and read that what have been done, what still are the things you can improve to do better. We will not be the first person doing the thing you're proposing, I'm sure. There will be somebody else doing already too, but maybe not very good result achieved. Then we expect to get better result achieved. Okay. Then once you're done with these first two steps, okay, is the next is to do hypothesis formulation, put some research question that you want to answer and has not been answered before. Okay. Design some methodology. Research design means you design the methodology, the step to do. First, develop an architecture, an algorithm, train the data, this and that, and so on. Next is for this data collection phase here means evaluation and get the results of your research. Analyze the result that you can do better. You can compete or compare with existing research, and your result is better in this criteria, maybe not better in the other criteria, fine. We cannot do best in every criteria, right? Okay, and then conclude. So this will be the process. But again, it can be that you may repeat or in all of these steps, sometimes we repeat here a few times, and sometimes we repeat here, and we repeat the whole thing. It could be, right? It's the real, yeah, something is not very certain. You may use the data to improve the former things, and you come up with something better and better. And finally, at the end, we achieve to conclude. Okay. All the slide here is talking about each step, such as what does it mean by problem identification? What are the examples? What are the things you could do in terms of literature review? How do we do it? Okay. Let me see. These two steps are very important. So the first, okay, let me go into a bit more detail. In terms of problem identification, we expect to do research problem, identify research problem, research question that you may want to investigate and answer. But maybe you cannot answer, but you investigate through the literature review, you can answer some, or you get some idea, okay? It is important, it set direction for your research. Set direction that, okay, we want to answer something like this. Otherwise, you get yourself very blank things to start. Literature review. You survey here. What do? We conduct review of existing research. You search the IEEE, ACM, Science Direct, those database I already mentioned, or even Google Scholar. At least you need to read something, get some idea. of related work who has been done, what has been done, not who, what has been done to solve the same problem. Okay. Read academic papers, read conference proceedings, read technical reports, read journal papers, and so on. Okay. And these are some objectives. Why do we need to do good literature review? First, find out what information already exists in your field to understand the knowledge area a bit. Identify gaps. What has not been solved yet? Okay, that means gaps. Finding what other people have been working on. What are interesting trends people are busy and love to work on. Identify the most important techniques. When you read, you may find 10 techniques, but most people use technique A. Somebody use technique B. Then you can see that, oh, maybe technique A is the most interesting, right? Most of the work use technique A. Okay. Identify main methodology. You learn from other research that what are the main techniques that achieve good results. Okay, and then you may want to borrow some idea. Yes, get main idea, get conclusion, establish some similarity and differences among your problem and the current problem and the current research work. Okay, it provides a context for your own research. And you should, the committee will ask you for sure. Okay, you need to prepare answer. Okay, I'm telling you what you will be asked. How your work gonna be different from existing work. Oh, if it is, there's something new, right? You need to be able to answer. There are many other similar research trying to solve, like, let's say, legal chatbot. How is it different in your project compared to the existing project? What is new there? What is better there in your project, for example? Okay. Prepare to answer this kind of question.
Defend.
In your proposal defense.
Yes.
Yes, and of course, once you have done good literature review, you will be able to identify what we call research gaps. Gaps means it has not been addressed yet. There are holes, there are gaps that people have not done or answered yet, right? So there are many types of gaps, such as here explain, evidence gap, knowledge gap, practice gap, methodological gap, empirical gap, and so on. But mostly you can have a look at what gaps you want to fill. And then you formulate your hypothesis. Once you're done, you clear, you confirm with your direction and your things you want to do. Define your research hypothesis. Okay, research question that you want to answer. Suppose you want to propose a new algorithm. Your hypothesis is that your new algorithm is better, right? You are not going to propose something new and say that, hey, I'm sure that my algorithm will work worse. You are not going to achieve something better, then don't do it, right? Then you believe that your new algorithm will be better. Better may means accuracy, that is better, right? Better may mean faster. Maybe it's not more accurate, it's the same, but it's faster. That's good enough, right? We don't want to wait. Better can mean it use lower resource. Maybe it's not faster, it's not more accurate that much, but we can use it with just mobile phone or some small equipment that doesn't have a lot of high power, high resourceful computing power, right? Okay, could be many things. So there are many things that can be improved. Not only that it has to be better in every sense, it can be better in some sense, but you need to defend that the better in that sense you are proposing will be useful for some specific scenario. Yes, right? Such as in the remote area. Yeah, everything needs to be online, connected. But oh no, we go to the very far remote area, we cannot have internet. So the best algorithm that rely on internet connection may not be the case for that. Then you propose something that will be working okay for the low internet connectivity. Okay, no 5G.
Scenario.
Yes, you need to define some scenario that your algorithm will be important. Okay, your solution will be important. Then you move on in the research design as already mentioned. This research design means you plan, you design your methodology. Step 1, we do this. Step 2, we do this. Step 3, we do this. And we move on, repeat these few steps until we achieve something. We move on to step 5, 6, 7. Okay. And then after you define your algorithm, your methodology, your steps, and so on, you can implement it. You start implementing your research. So up to this, you can defend. Once you define up to this part, and they are clear, they are good, you are very confident, everything works well, then you can do your proposal. Okay, you can start your proposal, defend. And you need to have your report ready too, right? And once you pass the proposal, you can move on to continue with your project, your work. You implement, you collect data, you do evaluation to confirm that your proposed work well. You test it with the real user, test it with the real data, test it with this and that, and evaluate that it achieves the best accuracy as you expect. Okay, confirm your hypothesis. Then you analyze, yes, confirm the hypothesis, analyze whether it achieves the best result as you expect or not, and that's all. Okay, then you can move on to your conclusion, finding, discussion, whatever. Okay, then you can do the final defect. That's all, the whole process. Okay. Up to now, any questions so far? I hope you will have questions when you start working on your thing. Okay, things will get clearer. Now it's just understanding the whole things and process and so on. Okay, next is the methodology. Some of the methodology, you might have heard of the word like quantitative research method, qualitative research method. I think I'm just trying to put them, I'm combining them all so that you are aware of what are the possible research methodologies you have. When you propose your idea, is the framework, is the technical framework solution, that's not yet any quantitative or qualitative yet. When you have your technical framework, like you build a chatbot, you build a recommendation system, you build this and that, is just the technical architecture that you want to propose. But your technical architecture has what? Has to achieve something. Let me put some. Okay, suppose you have to propose some technical solution. You propose a technical solution. Your technical solution will have maybe some architecture, maybe a new architecture, maybe a new algorithm, new, I would say improve, maybe. Okay, maybe not totally new, right? But at least it improved something. Okay, improve in some. Then this is just a solution. You can only, again, as I said, you need to prove, develop a prototype of your system, of your architecture, a new architecture or system, right? You need to develop a prototype or maybe a proof of concept that your system really work. Who already running?
No. Little bit ask us why the room is so dark, the window is so dark. Window is so dark.
How is the weather in the Ho Chi Minh, in Saigon?
It's raining.
Raining?
Yeah.
Right now, as of now.
Yeah, see? Oh, no.
Stop, right?
But
Just stop.
just finish the rain.
Okay. Once you develop, okay, let's come back. Then once you develop a prototype or a proof of concept, right? You need to prove that. Prove what? It's better? Or what, right? As I said, that it has improved performance, meaning that it may be better accuracy, or maybe better or faster, I said, right? Or maybe I said lower resource needed to run the algorithm, or what, right?
Yes.
Okay. Or maybe you say that it's for some disabled group. Maybe it's not better, but it use some different techniques so that those who are blind, usually maybe some technique system is for normal people, but then we want to address the technique for disabled people, something like this. Maybe for different target user, such as disabled people. So if that is your hypothesis, right? That, oh, your algorithm will be better accuracy, will be faster, will be consuming lower resource. Or maybe for disabled people group, then you need to prove it, experiment it. Proof means some experiment, means some evaluation, okay? And that evaluation, once you run it, you need to conduct several tests and user experience and run with the data, this and that, right? It means then you can do with the quantitative research now. You collect data quantitatively, such as accuracy. Is your accuracy of the model quantitative? Yes. You collect the F1 score, whatever score, right? That is quantitative research method. You cannot stop by just building a system done. Oh, I have my system done. Hey, you build a mobile app. Okay, this is the mobile app. No. Then you need to prove that your mobile app achieved good user satisfaction by the disabled people group, maybe. Okay, then you need to let them use your mobile app. Let them answer their feedback, their satisfaction, their accuracy, achievement, their whatever, right? Then it is the quantitative research method that you apply in this stage of summarizing your project evaluation. Okay, it is the quantitative method for the experiment part or for the evaluation part. Okay, we cannot just, as I said, build a system and finish. Okay, if it is qualitative method, means what? You let the user use, you interview. Do you like it? You observe, you make a case study, you make something like very qualitative. Okay, not in terms of quantitative score. So it's very different. when possible, use what? Quantitative or qualitative? What do you think? If you can choose for both techniques, which one is better and more acceptable in the domain?
Metric numbers.
Pardon?
Quantitative, I think.
Yes, quantitative, because there are many of the statistical techniques to say that the result is significant, the result can be generalized, the result can mean something or conclude something, right? But when it is qualitative, you need to use with caution, because sometimes there are bias of the researcher. You will tend to interpret everything in the very positive way.
Bias.
But yes. But there could be the case that qualitative will be acceptable because you cannot arrive at some number. For example, with quantitative, you cannot test with just 2 users and then you run the result with 2 users, you run the result with just 2 data sets, very small data sets, right? Then that cannot be claimed as quantitative. So when you have limited users, limited test case, and so on, maybe you need to do the qualitative one. Okay, but we need to design in a way that even the result of the qualitative one, it can lead to some good conclusion. Okay. Okay.
Chatbot is quantitative or qualitative?
Depends whether you really have very many users to test it or not, right? If you test only 2, 3 users and then they say that, oh yeah, your system chatbot very useful to me, then yes, it's good to have at least some tests rather than nothing. But yes, at least the the size of the experiment you are running, the evaluation you are making. Yes. Okay. Good. Action research could mean that you apply new teaching techniques in educational setting, something like this. This is action research. You devise some new process you want to apply at work. Okay. But at the end of the action research, you are not proposing developing new system, new technique, technological framework or system, but then like user student center technique, active learning technique at in the classroom. You may use some observation to see that whether we can attract more student motivation, interest, and so on. Sometimes these are things that is part of the qualitative research method, that you can use observation, you can use case study to explore some situation, single situation. You cannot generalize and apply it in all the cases, right? Okay. But again, this is very subjective. Sometimes we need to be careful of bias before we conclude anything. But anyway, we can have some theoretical research in which you don't need to really work with the user. You just work in the mathematics thing, and that's fine. That is also part of the research and project too. Don't worry.
Yes.
Then sometimes you cannot involve the user. You just use some simulation. Okay. Simulate the model, marketing, user in sometimes real world system cannot be done. It's too complex. Then just use simulation.
Forecast.
Yeah, forecasting, climate models, you cannot do anything better than simulation. Yes, survey, it may involve that you design some questionnaires to get some opinion, feedback from the user. Okay. Questionnaire can lead to quantitative analysis as well. If you design the questionnaire with the Likert scale 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then use that statistic techniques to confirm some testing. Okay. But if it is interview and get the opinion like qualitative data, then another different way of analysis will be needed. Okay, experiment I already mentioned. You test with some experiment, it could lead to some quantitative number results and so on. Okay, certain methods that you can use for both quantitative, qualitative. These are some examples. Some are possible only for quantitative or qualitative. Like this interview is for qualitative. Survey, it depends on the question design. It can be both qualitative and quantitative. Observation, usually qualitative. Okay, experiment can be for both. Case study, usually qualitative. Yeah, and so on. Okay. Focus group, usually you are interviewing a small group together. That is very much qualitative. Okay. This just check your self understanding. Which one you think is the qualitative or quantitative? So on the left hand side, okay, please read and analyze. On the right hand side, please read and analyze. Do you think which one is qualitative, which one is quantitative? Yes, very true. This one is quantitative. The other one is qualitative. Okay.
For the right side have the explanation, the left side have numeric scale. Easy.
Sometimes a study is only a case study. That means suppose it applies only to VNPT company. Then this is really a case study. We cannot say that suppose a very positive result achieved by applying to VNPT. It may not mean that if we apply to other company, we achieve the very same positive result, right? So this case is a case study. Again, it's a research, it's a project. Fine. Okay, but you need to understand that we cannot generalize yet. If the small data, the set of applying is just a few company yet with some specific context. But at least it can tell that, oh yeah, if I have a company with similar scenario, setting, business, and environment, maybe I achieve similar results. A survey, yes, the kind of survey usually undertaking questionnaire or interview, okay, and so on. And if you need to design a questionnaire as part of your research, at least, for example, to do some evaluation, user evaluation, even you propose some system, you develop technical system, but you want to get whether the system can assist the manager to do something better or not, okay, then you need a questionnaire. So proper questionnaire design is very much necessary, okay. We can come back to this part later on when you are in that process, okay. Because if I talk now, later on you forget, and then you will be able to concentrate later when we are about to do it. In many of even your project is very technical project, still you need some questionnaire. It could be user-based study, user-based questionnaire could be there, part of your project as well. And all the time try to make your questionnaire quantitative analysis and less bias, okay. The very good technique for quantitative questionnaire design is by making use of what we call Likert scale, the 5-point scale, 7-point scale, 9-point scale, whatever. But I think easy to make one is 5-point scale. 5-point, I mentioned here, Likert. Do I have some word Likert? Okay, I can write it here. Likert scale. Okay, very standard way of designing questionnaire, in which it can range from the number 1 to 5. Okay, the very satisfaction. Suppose you are designing questionnaire to question to ask question about satisfaction. It could be from number 1, very dissatisfied. Number 2, dissatisfied. Number 3, neutral. Okay. Number 4, satisfied. Number 5, very satisfied. So if the user answer 5, 4, 3, it tends towards satisfied. Okay, or very satisfied, something like that. Okay, so that is we will talk about this later on in more detail. Okay, experiment is another kind of method. Okay, research methodology that involve experiments that you need to collect. As I said, it could be about system performance, how fast, how long time does it take. You may need to measure the time. So that is through an experiment as well. Or the accuracy, okay. Evaluating effectiveness of algorithm. How long does it take to compute, run, and come up with an answer? Okay. Later on, when you do an experiment, be sure that you verify your experiment result. Also with the quantitative questionnaire, you need to use some statistics analysis to support your result as well. Like t-test, you want to say that with your system, it improves the decision, faster decision. Maybe with your system to support decision of your manager, faster decision. You need to make sure that what does it mean by faster, right? And then use some statistic to confirm. Statistic method to confirm. Or you want to say that there are some correlation between this variable and that variable. So use some proper statistics to support your claim. Okay. Okay. I think maybe we will discuss some of these in more detail later on. Okay. As of now, we finished our today's discussion. And tomorrow we will do something very more active after we learn all this. We need to let you come up with some idea, putting some searching and defining some topic, at least to start with. It can change later, don't worry. Okay, so any questions so far? Or anything to ask before we conclude our today?
No, just digest the information first and do
Yes.
some more search on the journals.
Okay, great, perfect. So everyone, then I encourage to use the same strategy as Mr. Kwa already mentioned. Please take all these slides that I already shared, right? There are a lot of things to read, and I hope that you can digest slowly. Today, I know that we discussed very many things, and for some of you, something are new, something you still need to search and read and define many things and explore several things. So please, if there's still some time this evening, try. Otherwise, we also continue tomorrow and try tomorrow too. So tomorrow, we really need to put everything we learned today in action. You need to define something. You need to write. I will not talk a lot, but I let you do things and then we discuss. Otherwise, listening doesn't generate anything. Unless we put what we listen into some action and then discuss and then improve, do the improval stage. Yes. Okay, if there's nothing, I think it's a good time now, already close to 4 p.m. So we see each other tomorrow, 9 o'clock.
Yes.
Okay. See you guys.
Thank you So thank you very much, everyone, and we see each other again. So stay dry. Hope we can stay dry.
Let me see the thunder.
Oh, it's raining. Oh, it's so dark.
Yeah, it looks very dark outside, so
Just
I
fog
don't know.
lock. Stick to Mr. An.
Don't worry. I'll be fine. We will be fine. Thank you, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. See you.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Bye bye.
Professor, your hotel is near from here?
It's old quarter area, but I have a friend. I may meet some friends.
Your hotel in the central city?
Yes. Because then I find that it's easy to go around, relax and see. Yeah.
But it's very far from here, so.
Yeah, so take Grab in the morning and go back, and then I can enjoy the
Okay.
yeah.
I will do this if I were you.
Yes. You do the same, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I told you.
Cô sang trên phố à? Cái cô hỏi ở đây là ở đâu?